Introduction. The moment you stop fighting yourself. You wake before your alarm and your mind is already talking. It reminds you of the email you did not answer, the workout you skipped, the comment you replayed 3 times because it could be taken the wrong way. On the surface, you look fine. Inside, there is a quiet scraping sound, a voice measuring you against a standard that keeps moving. You promise yourself you will try harder. Then you try harder, and the voice moves the bar again. If you have wondered why motivation feels like a tug of war with your own mind, you are not alone. You are standing at a doorway that can change that pattern. The handle is simple. It is called self-compassion, and it is the antidote to self-criticism you were never taught to use. Imagine walking through your day with the tone you reserve for a best friend. You still hold yourself to your values. You still care about excellence. You also give yourself the same patience you extend to people you love. Think of the last time someone looked you in the eye and said, "I know this hurts. You are not broken. I am here." Now imagine saying that to yourself when your stomach drops because you made a mistake, when you feel exposed, when the inner critic starts its familiar performance. That is the switch this book will help you install. Once you feel it click into place, you will wonder how you ever operated without it. Why the inner critic feels loud and personal. If your inner critic sounds persuasive, it is because it learned your language. It mimics your desire to do well, to be kind, to belong, and to feel safe. It tells you that harshness is the price of success, that being kind to yourself is a luxury you cannot afford. It tells you that everyone else seems to handle life with more grace, that if you relax for a second you will fall behind. The critic has patterns. It speaks in absolutes. It zooms in on the one flaw in a sea of good work. It predicts disaster to keep you vigilant. It calls you names you would never say to a stranger. It pretends to be your coach, even as it drains your energy and narrows your perspective. You feel the cost in very human ways. You spend precious time rehearsing worst case scenarios. You avoid taking a risk because you can already hear the inner penalty if you do not hit the mark. You lie awake, reviewing minor missteps, as if they reveal something unfixable about you. You keep an invisible scorecard. You find yourself apologizing for existing. You push harder at work, then collapse at home. You catch yourself comparing your insides to everyone else's outsides. The critic convinces you that isolation is proof of your unworthiness, when isolation is actually fuel for more self-criticism. This pattern is not your fault. Your nervous system is built with a threat response that once kept you safe. When it lights up, your mind narrows to what could go wrong. Self-criticism can feel like control in a world that moves fast. Yet the price is steep. Chronic self-attack increases stress hormones. It blurs your ability to learn from mistakes. It shortens your attention. It makes simple decisions feel loaded. It nudges you toward procrastination, perfectionism, or both. You deserve better tools. Why this matters now? The world asks a lot of you. Work is more visible. Feedback is more constant. Information arrives at a torrent that leaves very little quiet space. Social media gives you a highlight reel to measure yourself against every hour. The pace of change means you meet new challenges before you feel fully prepared. That is the exact environment where the inner critic claims the microphone. It insists that relentless pressure is necessary to keep up. Meanwhile, your body pays the bill with tension, poor sleep, and an undercurrent of anxiety that becomes background noise. This is the moment to choose a different path. Self-compassion is not another item for your checklist. It is a way to experience your life with less friction and more clarity. It is not about lowering your standards. It is about trading a method that sabotages you for one that supports you. The longer you practice self-criticism as your main strategy, the more it grooves into habit. The sooner you learn the antidote to self-criticism, the sooner your brain has a new option. In moments that matter, the urgency is not about fear. It is about the relief you can give yourself starting now. A practical antidote to self-criticism. This book gives you a set of self-compassion practices rooted in Kristin Neff principles and guided by everyday practicality. You will build mindful self-awareness to catch the critic's surge when it starts, not after it has run over your confidence. You will learn inner peace techniques that you can use in under 5 minutes at your desk, in your car before a hard conversation, or standing at the kitchen sink after a day that stretched you. Self-compassion is clear. It is the skill of relating to your own pain with mindfulness, recognizing you are part of common humanity, and responding with self-kindness. Mindfulness helps you notice difficult thoughts and feelings without denying them or drowning in them. Common humanity reminds you that imperfection is universal, so your struggles are not proof of defect, they are proof that you are human. Self-kindness is the assertive choice to soothe, encourage, and guide yourself with the tone that best helps you learn and move forward. Put together, these three pillars become a reliable antidote to self-criticism. Instead of spiraling into shame, you create space to choose your next wise ascension. What makes this approach different? You have probably heard that you should be kinder to yourself. You may have tried to talk back to your inner critic only to feel silly or to worry that kindness will make you soft. This approach is different because it gives you a switch you can actually use in real conditions, complete with prompts and tiny habits that fit into the busiest life. You will not be asked to sit for long sessions unless you want to. You will not be asked to pretend that everything is fine when it is not. You will learn a practical routine called the self-compassion switch, which you can remember as pause, feel, connect, respond. You will test it during real pressures and refine it so it becomes second nature. This method integrates Kristin Neff principles with insights from psychology and the neurobiology of care and threat systems. When your threat system runs the show, your options narrow. When you activate your care system, your body calms, your perspective widens, and your values come back into focus. You will learn to move from inner attack to assistance without losing drive or standards. You will receive a phrase bank that translates ideas into words you can say in your own voice. You will practice micro exercises that use breath, body cues, and attention as tools, so you can meet a spike of shame or fear in the moment, and not later when the damage is done. Most of all, you will build emotional resilience that shows up under pressure, not just on calm days. Credibility without the hype. Trust matters. You want guidance that is grounded, humane, and usable. This book draws on Kristin Neff principles, which are the foundation of motor and self-compassion research. It reflects methods used in clinical and coaching contexts for improving motivation and well-being. The practices in these pages align with what science shows about how stress responses work and how supportive language influences performance. The exercises have been selected because they translate into daily life, not because they sound clever on paper. You will be invited to test everything. Your experience is the measure that matters. If a practice helps you be clearer, kinder, and braver, you will feel it. If something does not fit, you will be shown how to adapt it or set it aside. There is no mystique here, only honest tools for human moments. What you will find inside. You are entering a clear path. Each chapter adds a piece you can use immediately. The sequence is intentional, so your skills layer and reinforce one another. You will find stories, guided scripts, reflective questions, and practical tools you can put to work the same day. Chapter 1, Introduction, reframes self-compassion as strength. You will see how kindness to self reduces stress and shame while improving clarity and courage. You will bust common myths, like the idea that being gentle makes you lazy. You will learn how threat and care systems shape your reactions and how mindful self-awareness restores choice. Chapter 2, Understanding the Inner Critic, helps you map your critics' patterns, favorite phrases, and triggers. You will recognize mental habits like all or nothing thinking and catastrophizing. You will see how the critic tries to protect you and how that protection backfires. You will create a trigger map that shows where you are most vulnerable, so you can plan support where it counts. Chapter 3, Mindfulness, teaches you to acknowledge what you feel without suppression or exaggeration. You will learn 2 fast exercises, such as a simple pause sequence and a breath and label pattern, that you can use quietly in any setting. You will practice grounding your attention in your body so you can ride waves of emotion without getting swept away. Chapter 4, Common Humanity, reminds you that struggle is part of the shared human experience. You will see how isolation intensifies shame and how reconnecting to the wider story of imperfection softens that shame. A short case study will show you the shift from personal failure to communal learning, which will increase your courage to try again. Chapter 5, The Self-Compassion Switch, brings the 3 pillars together. You will learn a 4-step routine for in-the-moment resets. You will build a phrase bank to replace attacks with guidance. You will receive if-then prompts for work, relationships, and health that help you practice under real pressure in under 5 minutes. Chapter 6, Self-Kindness versus Self-Judgment, shows you how to rewrite your inner dialogue. You will learn the mechanics of tone and word choice. You will practice pairing kind language with supportive breath and simple touch anchors. You will design a personal script that keeps your standards high and your shame low. Chapter 7, Real-Life Applications, applies the method to daily challenges. You will get scenario-based scripts for feedback conversations, conflict repair, boundary setting, sleep resets, and returning to a habit after a lapse. You will learn to use 2-minute resets to prevent spirals and to keep momentum even during stressful weeks. Chapter 8, Conclusion and Guided Practice, gives you a resilience roadmap. You will design a 30-day plan with micro habits, if-then prompts, and weekly reflections. You will revisit key ideas and cement them with a 5-minute guided practice that unites mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness. You will also receive bonus materials that make your practice simple to maintain. A daily self-compassion habit checklist gives you a 1-page cue for your routine. A language swaps phrase bank template lets you customize supportive phrases that fit your voice. A 5-minute inner peace practice guide provides posture, breath pacing, and cue phrases you can use anytime. An Inner Critic trigger mapping worksheet helps you turn insight into if-then plans you can trust. How to use this book for maximum value. You will get the most from this book if you treat it like training, not a test. Read the chapters in order. Pause often. Do the practices as you go. Small steps. Repeated beat big intentions that never get used. You can set yourself up for success with a few simple choices. Set your intention. Before you start, write a sentence about why you want to quiet your inner critic. Keep it short, specific, and kind. For example, I want more peace so I can enjoy my family at night. Or, I want to do courageous work without punishing myself for learning. Place this sentence somewhere you will see it. Establish a baseline. Spend 2 minutes noting your current patterns. How often does self-criticism show up each day? How does it sound? Where do you feel it in your body? What does it make you do? Rate your overall stress, energy, and self-talk on a simple scale from 1 to 10. This gives you a starting line, so you can notice progress. Practice in real time. When you feel a spike of shame, anxiety, or criticism, try the smallest version of the self-compassion switch. Pause. Feel a single breath. Connect to common humanity with a silent phrase. Many people feel this. Respond with one kind sentence, like, I am here for me and I can choose my next step. That is it. Do not wait for the perfect moment. Use it in the messy ones. Keep it daily and light. Choose a 5-minute anchor each day. It could be while your coffee brews, during a lunch break, or before bed. Use that time to scan your day, practice a short mindfulness exercise, and select a phrase you want to use if your critic shows up tomorrow. 5 minutes daily is enough to shift habits over time. Customize your phrases. The phrase bank is a guide. Change words so they sound like you. If you prefer a practical tone, choose direct language. If you prefer a warmer tone, choose gentle words. The key is that your inner voice feels trustworthy. You do not have to believe every phrase fully. At first, choose language that feels 10% more supportive than your usual tone and let it grow. Track tiny wins. Each evening, write one moment you applied a practice. Celebrate the fact that you remembered to pause. Celebrate the fact that you did not follow the critic down the rabbit hole. Tiny wins compound into confidence. Confidence makes the next practice easier. Pace yourself. If a practice stirs big feelings, scale it down. Bring your attention to the soles of your feet. Feel your breath in your belly. Place a hand on your chest for a breath or two. Return to the script when you feel steadier. You control the pace. Safety first. Invite support. You can share a few lines of your plan with a trusted friend or colleague. Ask them to check in once a week and you can do the same for them. Support does not need to be heavy. It can be as simple as a text that says, I used my pause today. You. Common concerns and honest reassurances. You might worry that if you stop criticizing yourself, you will lose your edge. In reality, supportive coaching increases motivation more reliably than harshness. Fear can get you to move for a short time. Care gets you to keep going. When you are not wasting energy defending yourself from yourself, you have more access to problem solving and creativity. Your standards can stay high. Your methods become sustainable. You might worry that kind phrases will feel fake. That makes sense. If your internal tone has been sharp for years, war mth may feel unusual at first. This is not a reason to stop. Let the phrases be a little awkward in the beginning. Aim for sincerity rather than perfection. Choose simple sentences that match your personality. Over time, they will feel more natural because you will see that they help. You might worry that you do not have time. That is honest. This is why you will practice in the moments you already have. 2 minutes before a meeting. 3 breaths after a hard call. A 5-minute reset between tasks. You will not add a heavy routine. You will add oxygen to the routine you already live. You might worry that your story is too complex for simple practices. Self-compassion does not erase history or replace therapy. It does give you a portable set of skills that make every other subtlety you use more effective. You retain control. You choose what to address and when. You are building capacity to be with yourself in a kinder way, which influences everything else you do. Your transformation awaits. Picture a small moment. You receive a terse email. Your stomach flips. Your inner critic rushes in with a familiar script. Without thinking, you reach for your self-compassion switch. You pause and take a slow breath. You label what you feel, a shot of anxiety and a wave of shame. You tell yourself quietly, many people would feel this, I am not alone. You add one sentence, I can be on my side while I handle this. Your body settles a notch. Your mind clears a notch. You choose to reread the email. You see that it is not the disaster your critic announced. You draft a grounded reply. The entire reset takes under 3 minutes. The arc of your day changes. Now imagine this not as a one-time win but as a pattern. You practice in small moments. You misstep, which you will, and you respond with kindness that leads to course correction rather than punishment. You learn from feedback without collapsing. You repair miscommunications with less defensiveness. You move through your to-do list with less friction and more presence. You go to sleep without running a self-attack marathon. You wake with more energy. Because you are not bracing against yourself. The external pressures will still exist. Your way of meeting them will be different. As you are in these pages, you are not trying to become someone new. You are learning to let go of a method that harms you and replace it with one that supports you. You are giving yourself the same chance you would give any person you care about. You are upgrading your inner operating system from threat-driven receptivity to care-based clarity. Your inner peace techniques will allow you to center yourself when life gets loud. Your mindful self-awareness will help you notice early and choose wisely. Your emotional resilience will grow, not because life gets easier, but because you are no longer fighting yourself. This is your invitation to begin. Start where you are. Bring your skepticism if you have it. Bring your hope because you deserve relief. Try the first practice. Let the results speak to you. Chapter by chapter, you will assemble a toolkit that fits your life. At first, it will feel like a new path. With repetition, it becomes a groove. Then it becomes a habit. Then it becomes your default. You have spent enough time being your own adversary. It is time to become your own ally. This book will walk with you, step by steady step, until kindness to yourself is not a special event but the way you live and work and relate. You do not have to wait for a perfect moment. You can begin now, in the middle of your real life. The next page will show you exactly how. Introduction, Self-compassion as the antidote to self-criticism. Chapter Introduction. Self-compassion is the antidote to self-criticism. When the inner critic grows loud, you do not need a sharper whip, you need a warm hand on your shoulder. Think of how you would speak to a best friend who stumbled. You would notice their pain, remind them they are human, and offer suppurative words that help them stand again. That is self-compassion. It is not self-pity. It is not complacency. It is not indulgence. It is clarity and courage, delivered through kindness. Building on what we covered earlier about the care system calming the threat system, this chapter shows you how to flip the self-compassion switch using 3 pillars described in Kristin Neff principles: mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness. These pillars create emotional resilience, widen perspective, and give you inner peace techniques you can use in real time. By the end, you will have simple self-compassion practices you can apply whenever the inner critic knocks at the door. The problem: self-criticism promises control and improvement. It says, if I punish myself, I will finally perform at my best. In reality, harsh self-judgment drains energy, narrows attention, and produces anxiety that blocks learning. It isolates you inside a private courtroom where you are always the defendant. When you need wise accession, you get fear. When you need perspective, you get magnified shame. The challenge is simple and profound. In difficult moments, how do you acknowledge pain without collapsing into it, remember you are not alone, and respond to yourself with language that helps rather than harms? The solution framework. The self-compassion switch rests on 3 coordinated skills. First, mindfulness, which means acknowledging what is here, without suppressing or exaggerating it. Second, common humanity, the reminder that imperfection and suffering are shared across all people, which disarms isolation. Third, self-kindness, the active choice to speak an act with suppurative care rather than self-judgment. These are not abstract ideas. They are practical tools. When practiced together, they become an antidote to self-criticism and a gateway to mindful self-awareness and inner peace techniques that strengthen performance and relationships. Pillar 1, mindfulness. Mindfulness is the doorway. Without it, you cannot see the inner critic arrive. You only feel the aftershocks. Mindfulness means noticing what is present in your mind, body, and emotions, with interest and without adding more drama. You acknowledge suffering exactly as it is. Not less, not more. This simple honesty settles the nervous system and opens the possibility of a wise response. Here is what mindfulness sounds like in a tough moment. I see the surge of shame in my chest. My stomach feels tight. My mind is racing with should statements. I made a mistake in that meeting. I feel afraid and embarrassed. Noticing does not mean you agree with the critic. It means you name the experience rather than becoming overwhelmed by it. 2 simple exercises will help you notice the inner critic without reseating. Exercise 1, name and locate. When the inner critic pipes up, pause for 10 seconds. Silently name the emotion you feel. Shame, fear, sadness, anger, disappointment. Then locate the sensation in your body. Tightness in the throat, heat in the face, pressure behind the eyes, hollowness in the stomach. If you struggle to name it, use a gentle phrase, something is here. This practice reduces mental fusion, which is the tendency to believe every thought is a fact. You create mindful self-awareness by labeling experience. In brain terms, you move some energy from the amygdala to the prefrontal cortex, so you can choose a response. Exercise 2, breathe and broaden. Sit or stand comfortably. Take a slow breath in through your nose for a count of 4. Hold for a count of 2. Exhale through your mouth for a count of 6. Repeat 3 times. Then broaden. Attention to the environment. Notice 3 sounds, 3 sights, and 3 points of contact: the chair on your back, your feet on the floor, your hands on your lap. This shifts your focus from the critic narrative to the larger present moment. You are not trying to eliminate thoughts. You are gently widening the lens. Research on mindfulness shows that this broaden and build approach increases emotional resilience by interrupting negative loops and restoring agency. Mindfulness is not passive. It is active honesty. You do not push feelings away. And you do not inflate them. You also do not rush to fix. The inner critic often urges fast solutions. Mindfulness gives you the power to pause, which is the first inner peace technique. With practice, you will notice earlier and respond wiser. Over time, the critic will still visit, but it will not drive the car. Pillar 2, Common Humanity. Common humanity is the antidote to the voice that says, "It is just me." The inner critic thrives on isolation. It tells you that your flaw is uniquely shameful, that others have life figured out, and that you should hide. Common humanity reminds you that everyone makes mistakes, everyone feels fear, and everyone is learning. You belong, not because you are perfect, but because you are human. Imagine this short story. Maya, a project team manager, misses a deadline that affects her team. The inner critic pounces. You are unreliable. They will never trust you again. Maya attends a weekly check-in and quietly apologizes. Her manager nods and says, "We have all dropped a ball. Let us map the dependencies so this does not happen again." After the meeting, a colleague shares that they once missed an even bigger deadline and learned to build bulletin for time. Maya feels her chest loosen. She realizes that what happened is painful but not unique. She is not the only person who has needed new systems. She is not alone. That moment changes her decision-making. Instead of hiding, Maya asks for feedback and adjusts her calendar. She treats the mistake as information rather than identity. That is common humanity in motion. It does not excuse errors, it contextualizes them. When you view struggle as part of the human condition, the critic loses its favorite trick, the story that your pain proves you are unworthy. To practice common humanity, try a brief reflection when you feel isolated. Ask, how many people today felt something like this? Commit to a real number. If you are anxious about a presentation, consider the millions of people who delivered something today while anxious. If you argued with a partner, consider the thousands of couples who argued and then repaired. This is not a mental trick. It is a lens that reveals reality. Kristin Neff principles emphasize that common humanity gives courage. When you remember your membership in the human family, you stand taller. You become more willing to admit faults and seek help, which leads to better outcomes, healthier relationships, and durable emotional resilience. Another practical step is to build a small circle of sharing. Identify 2 or 3 people you trust. Tell them that your goal is to normalize imperfection and Mutual support agree to text each other a short note when the inner critic appears. For example, today I tripped in the team meeting. My critic is loud. Thanks for being in this with me. Often, the reply you receive, a simple me too, or I have been there, shifts your internal weather. It is harder to believe the critic when reality contracts it. Pillar 3, Self-kindness vs self-judgment. Self-kindness is not soft. It is strong and practical. When the inner critic strikes, self-judgment tightens your body and narrows your thought patterns. Self-kindness opens the chest and expands possibility. It is an assertive response. Soothing and supportive, delivered through words and tiny assertions that move you forward. Here is the contrast. Self-judgment says, you are a failure. Self-kindness says, you are hurting, and you are capable of learning. Self-judgment says, you should have known better. Self-kindness says, you did your best with the information you had. What can we learn for next time? Self-judgment says, you do not deserve a break. Self-kindness says, your nervous system needs a 2-minute reset, then we will plan the next step. Try replacing common critic lines with practical phrases. Instead of, I always mess this up, say, this is hard, and I can take one small step. Instead of, everyone will think I am incompetent, say, some people may have opinions, and my job is to stay focused on the work and growth. Instead of, I blew it completely, say, part of this went badly, and part went fine. I can fix what is fixable. Supportive language can be paired with small physical gestures. Place a hand on your ear or your upper arm. Let the warm remind you that you care for yourself. Research suggests that gentle touch signals safety, which helps the body downshift from threat to care. This is a micro self-compassion practice that strengthens mindful self-awareness and emotional resilience over time. Implementation strategy. To apply the self-compassion switch in daily life, use a simple sequence. Notice, normalize, nurture. Step 1, notice. When the inner critic appears, pause. Name the emotion and locate the sensation, then breathe and broaden. This is mindfulness. You acknowledge suffering without suppression or exaggeration. Step 2, normalize. Remember common humanity. Say, this happens to many people. I am not alone. You can silently greet the shared human experience. This reframes the story and softens isolation. Step 3, nurture. Offer self-kindness. Use supportive phrases and a gentle gesture. Ask, what is one helpful assertion now? This could be sending a follow-up email, scheduling a planning session, or taking a 2-minute walk assertion. Even small signals to the body that you are safe and capable. Practice the sequence once a day on minor challenges. Do not wait for crises. The repetition will prepare you for higher stakes moments. Over weeks, you will notice quicker recovery, steadier focus, and stronger inner peace techniques. Real-world application. Consider 2 brief scenarios. Scenario 1, performance feedback. Jordan receives constructive feedback. The inner critic says, I am failing. Mindfulness, he notices tightness in his stomach and labels fear. Common humanity, he tells himself, everyone receives feedback, and this is part of growth. Self-kindness, he says, thank you for this information. I can improve A and B. He sets one small practice goal and schedules a check-in. The result, he feels discomfort, yes, and he moves forward with clarity. Scenario 2, parenting store. Lena snaps at her child during a rushed morning. The critic says, bad parent. Mindfulness, she notices the sting of guilt, the heat in her face. Common humanity, millions of parents lost patience today. This is human. Self-kindness, Lena says, I am sorry. I love you. I am stressed. She apologizes and brainstorms a better morning routine. Over time, her mindful self-awareness and emotional resilience grow, not because she is perfect, but because she practices the antidote to self-criticism. Common pitfalls. Watch for these traps. Using kindness as avoidance. Self-kindness is not an excuse to skip accountability. Pair soothing words with the next step. Over-identification with feelings. Mindfulness means you have emotions, not that you are the emotions. Keep naming and breathing. Seeking uniqueness. The critic loves to say, mine is special. Practice common humanity even when shame argues otherwise. Performing compassion for others but excluding yourself. Apply the best friend metaphor inward first. You matter too. All or nothing practice. Small daily repetitions beat occasional big efforts. 5 minutes today builds the muscle. Key takeaways. Self-compassion is the antidote to self-criticism and a source of inner peace. Techniques and emotional resilience. The 3 pillars are mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness. Described in Kristin Neff Principles. Mindfulness acknowledges suffering without suppression or exaggeration, which opens choice. Common humanity disarms isolation and builds courage to learn and repair. Self-kindness replaces self-judgment with supportive language and ascension that moves you forward. Ascension items. Choose one self-compassion practice to try today, naming and locating emotions, or breathe and broaden. Write 3 supportive phrases you will use to replace critic lines. Keep them visible. Identify 2 people for a small circle of sharing. Send a brief message about your commitment to common humanity. Set a 2-minute daily check-in to notice, normalize, nurture, and track your mood and energy changes. Chapter conclusion and guided practice. You now have the self-compassion switch, mindfulness to acknowledge, common humanity to connect, and self-kindness to support wise ascension. In the next chapter, we will explore the inner critic patterns, triggers, and costs, so you can apply the switch precisely where it matters most. Before you move on, try this guided practice. Pause the recording and give yourself 5 minutes. Move slowly. Your pace matters more than the words. Guided practice script. Find a quiet place. Sit comfortably. Let your hands rest on your lap. Close your eyes if that feels safe, or soften your gaze. Begin with 3 slow breaths. In through the nose, count to 4. Hold for 2. Out through the mouth, count to 6. Feel your shoulders soften. Mindfulness. Silently say, something is here. Notice any emotion. Name it gently. Fear, shame, frustration, sadness, tenderness. Locate a sensation in your body. Tightness, heat, pressure, heaviness, lightness. Imagine placing a small label on the sensation. You are not trying to change it. You are acknowledging it. Breathe again. In for 4. Pause for 2. Out for 6. If any thought appears, notice it and let it pass like a cloud. Return to sensation and breath. Common humanity. Silently repeat, I am not alone. Many people feel this. Many people have struggled and grown. Picture a circle of people, kind and imperfect, standing beside you. Let the sense of belonging settle in your chest. If your mind resists, simply say, humans feel. I am human. Self-kindness. Place a hand on your ear T or your upper arm. Feel the warmth of your skin. Say, I care about this pain. May I be kind to myself. Offer one supportive phrase that fits your situation. Try, this is hard, and I can take one small step. Try, I did my best with what I knew, and I will learn. And try, I deserve care while I grow. Ask a simple question, what is one helpful next session? Keep it. Understanding the inner critic, patterns, triggers, and costs. Introducing the self-compassion switch. Self-compassion is the antidote to the inner critic. When the critic tightens its grip, self-compassion loosens it with clarity and care. This is not self-pity, and it is not letting yourself off the hook. Self-compassion is the skill of treating yourself the way a wise best friend would, clear-eyed, kind, and committed to your growth. Imagine you are seated beside that friend during a tough moment. They do not minimize your pain, and they do not amplify it. They do not shame you into change. They stand with you, steady and supportive. That stance, applied to yourself, is the self-compassion switch. Building on what we covered in introduction and in understanding the inner critic, where you map the critic's patterns and triggers, this chapter shows you how to respond differently in real time. You will learn 3 pillars, drawn from Kristin Neff principles. Mindfulness acknowledges what is happening without suppressing or exaggerating it. Common humanity reminds you that imperfection and struggle are shared by all people. Self-kindness replaces the critic's harshness with supportive language and wise ascension. Together, they form an antidote to self-criticism, a set of inner peace techniques you can use every day. Why the inner critic keeps winning. The critic tends to win for 3 reasons. First, it operates in the threat system of the brain, which prioritizes quick responses to perceived danger. Harsh self-talk seems fast and decisive, so it gets airtime. Second, shame narrows attention. When you feel bad, you look for proof you are bad, which feeds the critic. Third, isolation magnifies pain. You feel alone in your struggle, so it seems more personal and permanent. This combination undermines emotional resilience. It blocks problem solving, fuels procrastination, and turns normal human mistakes into identity-level verdicts. You have already mapped triggers, tones, and archetypes, like the perfectionist, pusher, and protector. The problem now is not recognizing the critic, it is changing your response without losing your drive. The self-compassion switch meets that challenge. It shifts your physiology from threat to care, opens perspective, and preserves motivation with mindful self-awareness and kinder accountability. The 3-pillar framework. The self-compassion switch is a simple framework you can practice anywhere. It rests on 3 pillars from Kristin Neff principles. Mindfulness. Notice what is present, thoughts, feelings, sensations, without suppression or exaggeration. Acknowledge suffering as it is. Common humanity. Remember that suffering and imperfection are universal. You are not alone, and you are not uniquely broken. Self-kindness. Speak to yourself like a supportive friend. Choose helpful Sessions that soothe, encourage, and align with your values. These pillars are interdependent. Mindfulness creates space. Common humanity reduces isolation. Self-kindness fills that space with helpful response. Each pillar will be explored with practical exercises, relatable examples, and language you can use immediately. Mastering the self-compassion switch. Pillar 1, Mindfulness. Mindfulness is balanced noticing. It is neither numbing nor spiraling. It is recognizing the moment as it is, then choosing your next move. When the inner critic speaks, mindfulness helps you see the dialogue without becoming it. Two simple, immediately usable exercises follow. Use them in meetings, at your desk, in the car, or at bedtime. Both are portable self-compassion practices that create mindful self-awareness and emotional resilience. Exercise 1, Name it to tame it. Purpose: to acknowledge the critic's voice and your feeling state without reseating or fusing with the story. Steps: 1. Pause for 10 seconds. Notice that the critic is speaking. Say silently, "Here is the inner critic." Just labeling it reduces over-identification. 2. Name 3 elements: thought, feeling, body. For example, thought, "I will mess this up." Feeling, anxiety. Body, tight chest. Keep each label short and plain. 3. Add a compassion phrase. This is a moment of stress. It is okay to feel this. Others feel this too. I can choose my next step. Why it works. Naming shifts you from the emotion to a witness position. The critic thrives on vague dread. Labels bring clarity. The compassion phrase introduces common humanity and kindness in a light touch, which calms the threat system. Exercise 2, the 3 breaths reset. Purpose: to restore equilibrium in the body, which stabilizes attention and reduces recitative self-talk. Steps: 1. Breath 1, Awareness. Take a gentle inhale through the nose and a slow exhale through the mouth. Say silently, "I am here." Notice the surface of the breath, cool or warm air, chest or belly movement. 2. Breath 2, Softening. Inhale and exhale slightly longer than usual. Unclench your jaw. Drop your shoulders. Imagine a tiny softening around you're here. Say silently, "Let it soften a little." 3. Breath 3, Choice. Inhale, then exhale while asking, "What matters right now?" Choose one small session aligned with your values. It might be, ask for clarity, or write the first sentence, or drink water. Why it works. The breath anchors attention to the body, interrupting looping thoughts. Softening reduces muscle tension that signals threat. Naming 1 choice returns you to agency. Over time, this becomes an inner peace technique that disrupts automatic self-criticism. A note on realities. Mindfulness is not a magic trick. Sometimes thoughts keep coming. That is okay. The point is acknowledgement without suppression or exaggeration. As you practice, the critic's urgency diminishes, and your clarity grows. Pillar 2, Common humanity. The critic often says, "Only you are this flawed. Everyone else has it together." Common humanity answers, "No, this is a human moment. Everyone knows failure and uncertainty. You belong to a wider field of imperfect people learning as they go." Case study, the presentation that did not go as planned. Maya is a project team manager. She led a high-stakes presentation where a software demo froze. She flushed, stumbled, then rushed through slides. Afterward, the critic arrived. You are incompetent. You should not lead. You will be found out. Maya had mapped her triggers in the previous chapter. Live performance was top of the list. She recognized the perfectionist's tone. Instead of spiraling, she used the self-compassion switch. First, mindfulness. She took 3 breaths. Named, thought, I failed. Feeling, shame. Body, hot face, tight throat. Second, common humanity. She recalled a story her mentor shared about a similar tech failure early in his career. She said to herself, imperfect presentations happen to everyone. Tech fails. Nervous systems reset. This is human. Third, self kindness. She added, I care about this client. I prepared well. I can repair this. She drafted a follow-up email with a short screen recording of the demo, asked for a do-over, and scheduled a dry run with the team. Response from the client. Thank you for the follow-up. Tech happens. The recording is helpful. Let us meet Friday. Maya learned that her moment of struggle was not a verdict on her ward. It was a human situation that called for human repair. Common humanity ned. Isolation into connection, which restored motivation. This is how recognizing universality disarms the critic's uniqueness claim. It widens perspective and invites subtlety. You can practice the same. When you feel uniquely defective, ask 3 questions. Who else has faced this? What would I say to them? What shared conditions are present? Time pressure, newness, limited resources, that make this understandable. Keep your answers simple and concrete. The goal is not to rationalize away responsibility. It is to stand in solidarity with the universal experience of learning, failing, and trying again. Pillar 3, Self-kindness versus self-judgment. Self-kindness is assertive. It is not sugarcoating. It is choosing language and assertions that help you do what matters. Judgment shames and paralyzes. Kindness steadies and mobilizes. Contrast the harshness of the inner critic with superlative replacements. Here are practical phrases you can use immediately. Speak them in a calm tone. If it helps, put a hand over your ear or rest a hand on your forearm as you speak. Instead of, you always mess this up, say, this is hard, and I am learning. One small step forward. Instead of, if I were competent, this would be perfect, say, competence grows through practice. Let me focus on clarity, not perfection. Instead of, I should not have feelings, say, feelings are natural signals. I can listen and choose my next move. Instead of, they will judge me, say, some people may judge. Many will understand. I can show up with care. Instead of, I am behind, say, I am on my path. I will take the next right step today. Instead of, I have to fix everything now, say, I can prioritize one thing at a time. Pair your phrase with a small, kind assertion. Drink water. Step outside for 1 minute. Write 1 sentence. Ask for help. Set a boundary. Kindness is not just words. It is a behavioral commitment to your well-being and values. How to apply the switch daily. Make the switch a simple ritual. It does not need long sessions or special equipment. Use this step-by-step guide. 1 spot. When the critic speaks, label it, here is my inner critic. Note the archetype, perfectionist, pusher, protector. 2. Breathe. Take the 3 breaths. Reset. Awareness, softening, choice. 3. Name. Identify the thought, the feeling, the body sensation. Keep labels. Short T. 4. Connect T. Say one common humanity phrase, this happens to everyone. I am not alone. 5. Super T. Choose one self-kindness phrase and one small ascension aligned with your values. 6. Review. At the end of the day, jot down 2 lines. What triggered the critic? How did the switch help? This builds mindful self-awareness and tracks your emotional resilience over time. Stories and applications. Evan, a new team lead, struggled with the pusher critic. After long days, the critic said, "Work harder. No breaks. Grind through." Evan practiced the switch at 3 p.m. each day. He paused, named the voice, took 3 breaths, and reminded himself, leaders need rest to lead well. He set a 10-minute block to stretch and plan the final hour. Output improved, and his team noticed he was more present. He did not lose drive. He gained balance. Lena, a medical resident, faced perfectionism after a minor documentation error. Her critic said, "You cannot be trusted." She used common humanity. First year residents make errors. Systems are complex. I will learn and correct. She paired that with self-kindness, a respectful apology and a checklist to prevent repeat. Her attending replied, "Thank you for owning it and improving the process." Lena's emotional resilience grew. She moved from shame to responsibility. These are not special people with unique self-discipline. They are ordinary people using ordinary tools consistently. The self-compassion switch changes the texture of daily effort. It is an antidote to self-criticism that supports motivation instead of crushing it. Common pitfalls and remedies. Mistaking kindness for complacency. Remedy. Add a values-linked ascension to every kindness phrase. For example, kindness, I care about quality. Ascension, review the top 3 slides for clarity. Overcomplicating mindfulness. Remedy. Keep it short. T. Name thought, feeling, body. Take 3 breaths. Repeat as needed. Using common humanity to avoid accountability. Remedy. Pair humanity with responsibility. Yes, others struggle. And I still choose the next right step. Expecting immediate relief. Remedy. Practice builds capacity. Track small wins. Notice 1% shifts, slower breathing, softer tone, a single helpful choice. Silencing the critic by force. Remedy. Acknowledge the intent. Many critics try to protect. Thank it for the intention, then choose a kinder method. Key takeaways. Self-compassion is the antidote to the inner critic, not pity or complacency. Mindfulness acknowledges pain without suppression or exaggeration. Common humanity dissolves isolation by recognizing shared imperfection. Self-kindness replaces harshness with supportive language and values. Aligned ascension. The self-compassion switch is portable, practical, and strengthens emotional resilience. Consistent practice transforms effort from shame-driven to care-driven. Motivation. Next step. Ascension items. Create a tiny daily practice. Choose one time to use the 3 breaths. Reset, perhaps after lunch or before a meeting. Write 3 compassion phrases you like. Keep them on your phone or desk. Identify one common humanity reminder relevant to your current challenge. Track 2 moments per day when you use the switch. Note the trigger and the outcome. Share the switch with a trusted friend or colleague. Practicing together increases follow-through. Chapter conclusion and guided practice. In the next chapter, we will explore mindfulness, acknowledging without over-identifying. With portable tools like labeling and grounding, you can carry into any situation. For now, let us combine the 3 pillars in a short guided practice. Set aside 5 minutes. Sit or stand comfortably. You can pause this recording after each step and spend about 1 minute per step. Guided practice script. Begin. Notice your posture. Let your feet rest on the floor. Let your hands rest where they feel supported. If you like, close your eyes. If not, soften your gaze. Mindfulness, minute 1. Sense your breath moving in and out. Feel the rise of the chest or the belly. Notice any tension in your face, jaw, or shoulders. Say silently, I am here. Allow thoughts to come and go like clouds. If the inner critic appears, say, here is the inner critic. Name what you notice in 3 words. Thought, a doubt. Feeling, tightness. Body, flutter. Keep it simple. Mindfulness, minute 2. Take 3 gentle breaths. On the inhale, invite awareness. On the exhale, invite softening. Place a hand where you feel tension or emotion, your chest or your belly. Feel the warmth and weight of your hand. Say, it is okay to feel this. I can be with this. Imagine the breath moving in that area, creating a little space. Common humanity, minute 3. Bring to mind one person you respect who has faced something similar. A teacher, a friend, a colleague, or a public figure. Picture them in a moment of struggle. Then say, imperfection is human. Others feel this too. I am not alone. If it helps, recall one sentence you would offer a friend in this situation. Offer that sentence to yourself now. Self-kindness, minute 4. Choose a phrase that fits this moment. You might say, this is hard, and I can take one small step. Or, I care about this, and I will do the next right thing. Or, feelings are natural signals. I can listen and choose. Speak your phrase gently. Then choose one small action aligned with your values. It could be, drink water, write a first sentence, send a clarifying message, or stretch your shoulders. Integration, minute 5. Feel your breath again. Sense the body. Notice any shift, even a tiny one, less tension, more steadiness, a clearer next step. Say to yourself, may I be kind to myself in this moment. May I remember I belong. May I act in line with my values. Set an intention for the next hour. One sentence. Like, I will bring a calm presence to the meeting, or, I will focus on clarity over perfection. Close. Take one more gentle breath. If your eyes were closed, open them. Thank yourself for practicing. You just used the antidote to self-criticism, and you strengthened your capacity for emotional resilience and inner peace. If you are listening on a commute or between tasks, pause now and try the practice. 5 minutes can change the tone of an entire day. Over time, these self-compassion practices become your default switch. When the critic speaks, you will know what to do. You will acknowledge, connect, and respond with kindness. Then you will move forward with clarity and courage. Mindfulness, acknowledging without over-identifying. Chapter Introduction. Self-compassion is the antidote to the inner critic. Where the critic tightens and attacks, self-compassion loosens and supports. It is not self-pity, and it is not complacency. It is the clear, courageous choice to treat yourself like a best friend in a hard moment. If you would never say to a dear friend, "You are a failure," then you do not say it to yourself. If you would sit beside a friend and say, "I see how painful this is, and I am here," then you offer yourself that same steady presence. Building on what we covered in understanding the inner critic, you already know how the critic uses perfectionistic pressure, catastrophic predictions, and harsh comparisons to keep you on edge. Self-compassion interrupts that loop. It replaces punishment with care. It grounds you in reality, so you can respond with skill. As Kristin Neff reminds us in her Principles of Self-Compassion, we cultivate three core components: mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness. In this chapter, you will learn how to flip the self-compassion switch, and how to practice simple, portable inner peace techniques that melt the critic's grip and restore choice. You will get 2 easy mindfulness exercises to use in the moment, a story that brings the relief of common humanity alive, and a set of suppurative phrases to replace self-judgment. By the end, you will have a guided practice that weaves all 3 pillars together, so you can build emotional resilience and feel more at home inside yourself. The problem. The inner critic thrives on 3 conditions. First, a lack of mindful awareness, which leads to suppression or over-identification. You either numb out and pretend you are fine, or you fuse with the critic's story and spiral. Second, a sense of isolation, the belief that your flaws are uniquely terrible, that everyone else has it together, and you alone are broken. Third, a habit of self-judgment, where every misstep becomes a verdict on your worth. You have likely felt how this plays out. You make a mistake in a meeting, your stomach drops, and the critic whispers, "Everyone saw, you are incompetent." You try to push the feeling away, or you argue with yourself, but the longer it goes, the more the critic builds a case. Without mindful self-awareness, you lose the pause between stimulus and response. Without common humanity, you feel alone and ashamed. Without self-kindness, you use blame as motivation and end up drained. The costs are real. Creativity shrinks. Courage fades. Relationships strain under the weight of defensiveness and perfectionism. Your nervous system stays in fight, flight, or freeze, and even small tasks feel threatening. If you have created a trigger map in the previous chapter, you can see where the critic spikes at work, in relationships, and in personal health. The challenge now is to meet those spikes with a different kind of power. The solution framework. The self-compassion switch is a 3-part framework. You can think of it as a rapid transition from inner attack to inner support. It aligns directly with Kristin Neff principles, and it gives you a simple way to remember what to do when the critic appears. Mindfulness, acknowledge what is present without suppressing or exaggerating. Name the feeling. Notice thoughts as thoughts. Allow sensations to be there without immediately fixing. Common humanity, remember that everyone suffers, and everyone fails. Sometimes, imperfection is universal, not personal proof of inadequacy. You are part of a larger story of learning. Self-kindness, respond with warm, supportive language and actions. Replace the harsh voice with a steady, encouraging one, the way you would speak to a friend. When you flip this switch, you create a calm center inside the store M. You stop defending your war and start caring for your pain. This is the precise antidote to self-criticism. It does not excuse mistakes. It equips you to repair them with clarity and courage. Deep dive. Pillar 1, Mindfulness. Mindfulness is how you acknowledge suffering without making it bigger or smaller. It is balanced noticing. You do not suppress, and you do not exaggerate. You simply say, this is here. I can be with it. In mindfulness, you become aware of thoughts as events in the mind, emotions as waves in the body, and sensations as signals. This restores choice. 2 simple exercises can help you feel the inner critic without reseating. First, stop. Stop. Pause for a breath. This interrupts the automatic reseation. Take a breath. A slow inhale and a longer exhale. This cues the body that you are safe enough to choose. Observe. Notice what thoughts are present, what emotion is here, and what body sensations you feel. Label them. Thought, I messed up. Emotion, shame. Sensation, tight chest. Proceed. Choose a small, wise next step. You might choose to soften your shoulders, remind yourself you are human, or ask for a moment to collect yourself. Second, rein. Recognize. Name what is happening. This is the inner critic. This is anxiety. This is the pressure to be perfect. Allow. Let the experience be there without pushing it away or grabbing it. You can silently say, let it be. I can hold this. Investigate gently. Get curious about where you feel it in the body. What does it need? Often the need is safety, reassurance, or understanding. Nurture. Offer kindness. Place a hand on your ear or on the back of your neck. Say, I am here. You are allowed to feel this. I am not leaving. Use these self-compassion practices in meetings, on commutes, or at bedtime. You do not need special equipment. A 2-minute stop or rein can measurably lower receptivity. As you practice mindful self-awareness, notice the shift from drowning in the critic's story to standing on the shore and watching waves come and go. Pillar 2, Common Humanity. Common humanity recognizes that pain and imperfection are not personal defects. They are part of being human. The critic claims that your mistake proves you are uniquely inadequate. Common humanity dissolves that illusion. When you remember that others struggle too, shame loses its grip, and you can connect rather than isolate. Imagine Maya, a project team manager who missed a deadline on a high visibility report. Her critic erupted. Everyone knows you are the weak link. She avoided her team, replayed the mistake, and felt an ache in her stomach for days. After mapping her triggers, she decided to try the self-compassion switch at her next challenge. During a planning meeting, a PR trainer asked about the delay. Maya felt the familiar rush of heat. She used stop to breathe and observe. Thought, they think I am unreliable. Emotion, fear. Sensation, tight throat. Then she quietly reminded herself of common humanity. People miss deadlines. This happens across teams and industries. There are reasons, and there are repairs. Her nervous system steadied. She said, I am disappointed too, and I want to walk us through what happened and how I will prevent it next time. After the meeting, she shared the experience with a peer who admitted to similar issues in their department. The Me Too moment dissolved isolation. Maya realized she was not alone. The critic's uniqueness story collapsed. This recognition did not remove responsibility. It removed shame. She felt connected, was willing to ask for help, and took a session with clarity. This is how common humanity feeds emotional resilience. You can give yourself universalizing statements in hard moments. Others have felt this. Many people struggle here. If this were your friend, you would never assume they are uniquely broken. You would say, "Welcome to the human club." These simple phrases bring you back to reality. They connect you to a wider community of learners and strivers. As Kristin Neff points out, common humanity turns failure into belonging and growth. Pillar 3, Self-kindness versus self-judgment. Self-kindness is not indulgence. It is an assertive response that soothes and supports. Where the critic weaponizes words, kindness applies healing language. It steadies you so you can try again wisely. You treat yourself like a best friend in a tough moment. You give yourself the tone you have always deserved. Contrast the harshness of the critic with supportive counter phrases. Critic, you always mess this up. Kindness, you are learning. One moment does not define you. Critic, everyone is judging you. Kindness, some people will have opinions, and you can handle them with grace. Critic, you have to fix this now or you will fail. Kindness, take a breath. You can make a plan. One step at a time. Critic, this proves you are not good enough. Kindness, this shows where you need support. You are worthy of care and growth. Critic, you should have known better. Kindness, if you had known, you would have done differently. You can choose differently now. You can also add supportive assertions. A gentle hand on the chest can cue safety. A warm glass of tea can anchor you. A quiet 5-minute walk outside can reset your nervous system. Self-kindness brings the body into the practice, which deepens the effect. Implementation strategy. You can apply the self-compassion switch in 4 steps when the critic spikes. Step 1, detect. Use your trigger map from the previous chapter to anticipate common critic moments. When you feel the first wave of self-criticism, name it. Inner critic here. The ACT of naming is mindful self-awareness. It creates a gap that reduces receptivity. Step 2, pause with stop. Stop. Take a slow breath with a longer exhale. Observe thoughts, feelings, and body sensations. Proceed with the intention to care. This pause interrupts the fight, flight, or freeze loop. It prepares you for choice. Step 3, rein for presence. Recognize what is happening. Allow it to be there. Investigate gently with curiosity. Nurture with kind touch and words. Use one supportive phrase that matches the moment. For example, I am allowed to feel overwhelmed. I am here for me. Step 4, connect and encourage. Activate common humanity with a me too mindset. Say, many people face this. I am not alone. Then add self-kindness language. I will take this one step at a time. I can ask for help. Choose a practical next session. Send a clarifying email. Ask a colleague for a 5-minute consult. Break a big task into a small first step. Treat these steps as inner peace techniques you can rely on anywhere. They are portable, private, and effective. Practice them daily when stakes are low, so that when stakes are high, your nervous system remembers the path. Real-world application. Consider 3 common situations. A creative professional, Eli, gets a rejection on a proposal. The critic says, "You have no talent." Eli does stop, notices the sting in his chest, and recognizes the critic's story. He applies common humanity. Many creatives face rejection. Some of my favorite artists were rejected many times. He adds self-kindness, this hurt ts. I am proud of my effort. I will rest tonight and refine tomorrow. Eli sends a thank you note to the editor, asks for feedback, and schedules 1 hour of revision. The rejection becomes part of a path, not a verdict. A parent, Nia, snaps at her child during a rushed morning. The critic says, "You are a bad parent." Nia pauses, breathes, and names the emotion, guilt. She remembers common humanity. Parenting is hard. Every parent loses patience. Sometimes. She turns to self-kindness, "I can repair." She apologizes to her child. Shares that she felt stressed, and invites a redo. Repair builds trust. The critic loses relevance. A leader, Carlos, receives tough feedback from his team. The critic says, "You should not be in this role." Carlos uses rain. Recognize, this is hard to hear. Allow, let the sting be here. Investigate gently, this fear needs reassurance. Nurture, hand on here I am here. He activates common humanity, leaders everywhere learn through feedback. He adds self-kindness, "I can listen, reflect, and adjust." He sets up a listening session and co-creates a plan. The team feels respected. Carlos grows. These examples show that the self-compassion switch does not remove accountability. It equips you to meet it without self-attack. It builds emotional resilience, so you can move forward with steadiness. Common pitfalls. Several obstacles can derail practice. Here is how to avoid them. Treating mindfulness as detachment. Mindfulness is not numbing. If you find yourself dissociating, return to the body. Feel your feet on the ground. Name sensations. Slow your breath. Balanced noticing includes warmth. Using kindness as excuse. Self-kindness is not permission to ignore consequences. If you notice avoidance, add a specific action. For example, I will make the call by noon. Pair warmth with responsibility. Comparing suffering. Common humanity can shift into comparison. You do not need to prove you have it worse or better. The goal is connection, not ranking. Use simple universalizing statements, others feel this too. Performing mantras without feeling. Superlative phrases are powerful when spoken with sincerity. If words feel hollow, add touch. Place a hand on your chest. Slow your exhale. Let kindness land in the body. Expecting instant relief. Self-compassion often brings immediate softening, but deep relief builds with repetition. Give yourself time. Focus on consistency over intensity. Criticizing your practice. The critic can judge even your attempts to be kind. When you hear, "You are doing this wrong," respond with humor and care. "Thank you for your concern. I am learning a new way." Key takeaways. Self-compassion is the antidote to self-criticism, not self-pity or complacency. The self-compassion switch has 3 pillars: mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness. Stop and rein, create mindful self-awareness and restore choice in the moment. Common humanity dissolves isolation and shame, making room for wise action. Self-kindness replaces harshness with suppurative language and small, caring actions. Consistent practice builds emotional resilience and inner peace. Action items. Choose one daily trigger of mild stress. Use stop and rain for 2 minutes each time it appears. Write 3 common humanity phrases on a card, others feel this too. Mistakes are part of learning. I am not alone. Keep the card where you can see it. Create a short list of self-kindness phrases that feel natural. Practice them aloud once each morning. Add one small caring action to your day. A hand on the heart, a 5-minute walk, or a warm drink. Track your practice for 1 week. Notice what changes in your mood, your choices, and your relationship with the inner critic. Chapter conclusion. Self-compassion is a skill. It is a reliable antidote to self-criticism. With mindfulness, you acknowledge reality without over-identifying. With common humanity, you remember that you belong. With self-kindness, you support yourself with words and actions that soothe and encourage. Together, these pillars create a self-compassion switch that you can flip whenever the critic appears. In the next chapter, we will explore common humanity in greater depth, and you will practice the Me Too mindset that dissolves isolation and strengthens connection. For now, I invite you into a 5-minute guided practice that combines all 3 pillars. When you are ready, pause the recording and try it. Go slowly, with warmth. Guided practice script, the self-compassion switch. Find a comfortable position. Let your feet rest on the ground, or your hands rest gently in your lap. If it feels safe, soften your gaze or close your eyes. Begin with breath. Inhale slowly through the nose. Exhale a little longer through the mouth. Do this 3 times. Feel the exhale cue safety. Mindfulness. Bring to mind a recent moment when the inner critic spoke up. Choose something mild enough to hold with care. Notice what thoughts are present. Name them gently. Thought, I should have done better. Notice what emotion is here. Name it. Emotion, disappointment. Notice where you feel it in the body. Sensation, tightness in the chest. Say to yourself, this is a moment of difficulty. I can be with it. Let the experience be exactly as it is. No pushing away. No gripping tighter. Just allowing. If you get lost in the story, return to the body. Feel your feet lengthen. Your exhale. Common humanity. Quietly remind yourself, I am not alone. Many people feel this imperfection is part of being human. Imagine the wider circle of people who have felt this same emotion today, in different homes and workplaces. Sense them beside you, shoulder to shoulder, each doing their best. Let belonging soften the edges. Self-kindness. Place a hand wherever it feels comforting, maybe on your heart or your belly. Offer a phrase that fits. I see how hard this is. I am here with you. You are allowed to feel this, and you will find your next step. Speak to yourself like a best friend. Adjust the words until they feel sincere. If the critic interrupts, smile gently. Thank you for trying to help. We are choosing care now. Return to breath. Inhale slowly. Exhale longer. Now, invite a small wise action into your mind. What is one suppurative step you can take after this practice? It might be a clarifying email, a brief apology, or 5 minutes to plan your next move. See yourself take that step calmly. Close with gratitude. Thank yourself for practicing. Thank your body for how it carries you. Thank the part of you that longs for healing. Take one more slow inhale and a longer exhale. When you feel ready, open your eyes. Notice the room. Sense the ground under your feet. Carry this tone of mindful self-awareness, common humanity, and self-kindness into the next part of your day. Pause the recording now and try the practice. Then resume when you are ready to continue. Self-compassion is a living practice. Use it often. Let it be the steady friend that walks beside you, especially when the inner critic tries to take the lead. Common humanity, you are not alone. Chapter 4, Common Humanity, you are not alone. Chapter Introduction. When the inner critic is loud, it tells you a familiar lie. It says your mistake is proof that you are uniquely flawed, that everyone else has it together, and that you should hide until you fix yourself. In the previous chapter, we practiced mindful self-awareness to acknowledge thoughts and feelings without getting swept away. Now we build on that skill by bringing in a second antidote to self-criticism, common humanity. Common humanity reminds you that struggle is part of being human. It dissolves isolation, reduces shame, and opens the door to wiser ascension. Think of common humanity as treating yourself the way a best friend would treat you, with the added perspective that millions of other people have felt versions of what you are feeling. Instead of shrinking from pain, you are toward it and say, this is human. This is shared. This is workable. Self-compassion practices, especially those informed by Kristin Neff principles, rest on this truth. You can be kind to yourself not because you are perfect, but because imperfection is the most ordinary thing in the world. The problem: the inner critic thrives on isolation. It whispers, it is just you, and if others knew the truth they would be disappointed. In those moments, you may scan social media, compare your life to curated images, and conclude you are behind. The critic frames setbacks as permanent and personal, and it tells you that struggle means you are failing at life itself. Shame follows, and with shame comes withdrawal. You avoid asking for help. You avoid sharing the messy middle. You delay useful steps because you believe you must become flawless first. This isolation is costly. Isolation magnifies discomfort and reduces emotional resilience. When you believe your pain is abnormal, every mistake feels like a verdict on your ward. You may overwork to outrun embarrassment, or underperform because fear of exposure paralyzes you. The critic's amplifier is loneliness. Disconnected from others, you lose access to inner peace. Techniques that would steady you. The cycle continues, and you feel stuck. The solution framework. Common humanity breaks this cycle. It bridges the gap between your private struggle and the larger story of being human. I like to teach it as a 3-part framework that you can carry into any situation. Normalize, name your experience as part of the human condition. Use universalizing statements that place your pain in context, not in a vacuum. For example, many people feel this after feedback. Many people when they try something new. Actively remember that others have walked this path, are walking it now, and have found support. This connection can be mental, through perspective broadening, or relational, through a short share with someone safe. Contextualize, place your challenge in a wider timeline. You are encountering a moment, not the full story. You can ask, what do people generally do here, and what would supper tea look like for me today? These steps rest on Kristin Neff principles, which define common humanity as recognizing that suffering and imperfection are universal. When you normalize, connect and contextualize, you remove the critic's claim that your pain is proof you are alone. You reclaim energy for learning and repair. You also create space for self-kindness, which we will deepen in the next chapter. Deep dive. Why does common humanity help so much? First, it counters the mental habit of personalizing difficulties. Personalizing turns a single event into a global identity statement. Common humanity reframes it as a typical human experience. That reframing reduces shame, which frees attention for problem solving. Second, common humanity adds a social lens to mindful self-awareness. Mindfulness let you notice, I am feeling hurt. Common humanity adds, many people have felt hurt like this, and that is normal. Together, these insights ground you in reality. You neither suppress your pain nor exaggerate its significance. You acknowledge it and place it alongside millions of ordinary stories. Third, connection builds resilience. Research by Kristin Neff and colleagues has found that self-compassion is linked with lower shame, greater motivation to improve, and more stable emotional resilience under pressure. Common humanity is the bridge that makes kindness feel appropriate rather than indulgent. You are not letting yourself off the hook. You are putting your experience in the human frame so you can engage with it constructively. Let me illustrate with a common scenario. Imagine you receive tough feedback at work. The inner critic says, this proves you are not cut out for this role. Do not let anyone know you are rattled. Work twice as hard and fix this alone. That narrative creates urgency and secrecy. Now apply common humanity. You say, feedback stings for almost everyone. This is a normal part of growth. Many competent people have had similar conversations. Some asked for clarifying examples and created a plan. Others took a walk to cool down. Right away, your chest loosens. You have options. You can ask for help. You can pace your response. You can choose courage rather than hiding. One more angle. The critic often compares your backstage to other people's highlight reels. Common humanity broadens perspective. You can ask, if I had access to everyone's full story, how many would show discouraging drafts, awkward starts, and coarse corrections? You can remember the ubiquitous learning curve. You can notice how imperfection makes connection possible. When you see imperfection as universal, your mistake becomes a moment in a shared path. That shift changes behavior. Shame says hide. Humanity says reach out. Implementation strategy. Here are step-by-step practices you can use in real time. They are designed to fold into daily life. Step 1, pause and feel. Building on the previous chapter, take one slow breath. And notice your body. Place a hand on your chest or belly. Name the feeling. Anxiety, tightness, heat, or sadness. Step 2, name the human moment. Say quietly, this is a moment of suffering. It is part of being human. I am not alone. These statements anchor you in reality and invite compassion. Step 3, Me Too mindset reset. Imagine someone you respect encountering this same situation. Picture their human reaction and a supportive response they might receive. Then say, Me too. This is how humans feel and recover. Step 4. Universalizing statements. Use a few lines to normalize your experience. For example, many people struggle after a long day. Tiredness makes everything harder. Everyone makes mistakes when learning. Effort and feedback are part of improvement. Relationships include misunderstandings. Repair is normal and possible. Step 5. Perspective broadening. Ask 3 questions. Who else might be feeling something like this today? How would I treat a friend in this situation? What small step would help if I acknowledged this as shared human experience? Step 6. Connect or contextualize. Choose one session. Send a short message to someone supportive. Read a brief story about a person who overcame a similar challenge. Zoom out the timeline. Try this line: this is a step in a longer journey. I can act wisely today. Step 7. Kind session. Take one practical step aligned with your values. Drink water, write a list, ask for a clarification, take a short walk, or schedule a call. Kind session completes the loop. It proves to your nervous system that you can move forward. 2 quick exercises to strengthen the muscle. Exercise 1. The statistics of being human. When the critic says, "It is only you," ask, what percentage of people have felt this? If you are nervous before a presentation, answer honestly, nearly everyone. If you forget something important, answer, everyone, and then ask, what do people usually do next? They apologize, they fix the mistake, and they carry on. This simple mental habit reframes rarity as commonality. Exercise 2. Timeline zoom out. Draw 3 dots on paper or imagine them. The first dot is now. The second dot is a week from now. The third dot is 6 months from now. Ask, how will this look over time? What do people usually learn from this kind of bump? Include your name when you answer. For example, in a week, I will have talked to my manager, clarified expectations, and started practicing. 1 improvement. In 6 months, I will have stronger skills and a story about learning. This exercise reminds you that growth unfolds along a timeline that many people share. Real-world application. Let me share a short story. Maya is a product team manager who shipped a feature with a small bug that created confusion for users. Her inner critic went to work. It said, "You are careless. They will not trust you again. You should keep your head down and solve this alone." She felt the heavy thud of shame in her stomach. She had learned mindful self-awareness, so she paused and placed a hand on her chest. She named the feeling, dread. Then she practiced common humanity. She said to herself, many people push updates that need quick fixes. This is part of building things. The team has handled this before. She pictured a respected colleague encountering the same situation. Me too, she said. She used a universalizing statement, it is normal to feel upset after a bug. Repair is part of the job. Her breath slowed. She messaged a teammate, named the issue without dramatizing it, and asked for a short huddle. They patched the bug, wrote a postmortem, and agreed to add one checklist item to the release process. Later, Maya reflected on the experience. Without common humanity, she would have hidden and worked late out of fear. That would have delayed the fix and reduced her connection to the team. With common humanity, she reached out, learned faster, and felt supported. She noticed her confidence rising. She saw herself not as perfect, but as part of a group of learners. A second case. Luis is a new parent who snapped at his child after a long day. The critic said, "Good parents never lose their temper. You are failing." He paused, breathed, and named the feeling, overwhelm. He said, "Many parents have moments like this. This is human." He pictured friends who have told similar stories. Me too. He shared a short tea apology with his child, took 5 minutes to reset, and reflected with his partner later. He added a small plan for the next day: take a short tea pause before dinner. Luis noticed how acknowledging common humanity reduced his shame and increased his willingness to repair. He felt more connected to other parents and more able to use inner peace techniques when stress rose. Common pitfalls. Common humanity is simple and powerful, and like any practice, it has pitfalls. Here are common ones and how to avoid them. Mistaking normalization for excuse. Normalizing a mistake does not mean you avoid responsibility. It means you place it in context so you can respond wisely. Pair normalization with kind accession. Apologize, adjust. Learn. Minimizing unique details. Some pain has unique edges. Do not erase them. Begin with, "This hurts and it is human to hurt." Then create space for specific subhurt. Ask, what is unique here and what help do I need? Comparison as proof of unworthiness. Common humanity includes comparison for perspective, not to judge use comparison to normalize, not to rank. If you notice ranking, pause and return to a universalizing statement. Overgeneralization into complacency. The critic fears you will become lazy if you are kind. The antidote is values-aligned accession. After normalizing, choose one concrete step that respects your values. Performing vulnerability without safety. Sharing can be liberating, but choose safe recipients and appropriate contexts. Connecting does not require public disclosure. It can be mental remembrance, a private journal entry, or a brief check-in with a trusted person. Toxic positivity. Saying, "Everyone struggles," while ignoring your pain can feel invalidating. Validate first. "This is hard." Then normalize. Many people face this. Then subvert. What helps right now? Key takeaways. The inner critic amplifies pain by telling you it is just you. Common humanity dissolves isolation and restores perspective. Normalizing, connecting, and contextualizing place your experience in the human frame. This reduces shame and frees energy for learning and repair. Common humanity works best with mindful self-awareness. Notice your feelings, then remember that imperfection is universal. Universalizing statements, perspective broadening, and the Me Too mindset reset are practical tools you can use in minutes. Connection can be internal, through remembrance, or external, through safe sharing. Both build emotional resilience. Common humanity is not an excuse. It is a foundation for kind, values aligned accession. Accession items. Write 3 universalizing statements. Create lines that resonate with your life. For example, many people need breaks, many people learn. Through feedback, many people feel awkward starting new things. Build a Me Too image bank. Identify 3 people you respect who have faced setbacks. Picture them handling human moments with courage and subvert. Use these images when the critic isolates you. Create a safe share plan. Choose one person you can text or call when you need perspective. Agree on a simple format. One sentence about the challenge, one sentence, normalizing, one step you will try. Practice timeline, zoom out once a day. In a notebook or phone, write the 3 dots for a current challenge. Now, a week, 6 months. Fill in the likely learning curve. This trains perspective. Pair normalization with accession. When you use common humanity, immediately ask, what is one kind step I will take? Do it within 15 minutes if possible. Chapter conclusion. Common humanity reminds you of an essential truth. You are not alone. Millions of people have felt what you are feeling, stumbled where you are stumbling, and found ways to repair and grow. When the inner critic says your pain is proof you are uniquely flawed, you can answer with reality. This is human. This is shared. This is workable. Building on mindful self-awareness, you have learned to normalize, connect, and contextualize. You practiced universalizing statements and a Me Too mindset reset. You saw how real people used common humanity to dissolve shame and act wisely. In the next chapter, we will bring all 3 pillars together. The self-compassion switch will show you how to fuse mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness into fast, repeatable accessions. You will receive a phrase bank of superlative language swaps and a short guided practice you can use in 5 minutes. For now, choose one accession item from this chapter and try it today. The antidote to self-criticism is not a single insight. It is a set of small, humane moves repeated with care. By remembering that you belong to the human family, you give yourself the strength to learn, to repair, and to continue with dignity. The self-compassion switch, turning mindfulness, humanity, and kindness into daily practice. Chapter Introduction. Self-compassion is the antidote to self-criticism. When the inner critic rises up with sharp words and harsh verdicts, self-compassion steps in like a trusted friend who knows you well and wants the best for you. Imagine how a best friend would speak to you after a mistake. They would not pity you or let you off the hook. They would acknowledge your pain, remind you that you are human, and offer kind, practical support. That is the energy we are turning on in this chapter. Self-compassion is not self-pity and it is not complacency. Self-pity says poor me. Complacency shrugs and avoids growth. Self-compassion says, this hurts, and I care, then asks, what is the next helpful step? It is a courageous, assertive stance that reduces suffering and increases clarity. Built on Kristin Neff principles, self-compassion practices make it possible to hold yourself accountable without attacking yourself. When you learn to switch into compassion in real time, you gain mindful self-awareness, emotional resilience, and reliable inner peace techniques that calm your nervous system and clear your mind. The problem. The inner critic thrives on isolation and distortion. It magnifies your mistakes, minimizes your strengths, and tells you that you alone are defective. The common confusion is that kindness to yourself will make you soft or lazy. So, you double down on self-judgment, hoping shame will drive performance. It does not. Shame narrows attention, spikes stress, and reduces creative problem solving. The problem we are solving is how to keep high standards while ending the cycle of attack and avoidance. The solution framework. The self-compassion switch is a fast, repeatable routine. It fuses 3 pillars: From Kristin Neff Principles, Mindfulness, Common Humanity, and Self-Kindness, into one practical flow. I call it pause, feel, connect, respond. First, pause to notice the critic's surge. Second, feel what is present without suppressing or exaggerating. Third, connect to common humanity, the reminder that imperfection is universal. Finally, respond with supportive language and small, doable actions. This chapter operationalizes that switch with simple inner peace techniques you can use in under 5 minutes. Deep dive. Pillar 1, Mindfulness. Mindfulness is how you acknowledge your experience without getting lost in it. In earlier chapters, we explored awareness without over-identification. Here, we turn that principle into fast, on-the-spot practices. Mindfulness accepts that suffering is present, then names it, holds it gently, and lets it in for wise action. When the inner critic arises, mindfulness interrupts the reflex to fight or freeze. It gives you a stable platform to see what is happening. Mindfulness means noticing thoughts as thoughts and feelings as feelings. It does not mean denying, controlling, or fixing. It means saying, this is here, and I am here with it. The critic often arrives with catastrophic predictions and sweeping labels. Mindfulness steps back and asks, what sensations are in my body, what emotions are here, what story is playing? That separation alone slows the spiral. 2 quick exercises can help you catch the critic without reseating. Exercise 1, 3 breaths and a label. When you notice the inner voice get sharp or loud, pause. Sit or stand with your feet on the ground. Inhale through the nose for a count of 4. Exhale through the mouth for a count of 6. Do this 3 times. Then, silently label what is present. You can say, thinking, judging, fearing, or heat in chest, tight jaw, swirling stomach. The breath regulates your nervous system and the label gives your mind a simple point of focus. You are not trying to erase the critic. You are acknowledging it. If the critic says, you always mess this up, you label, judging, or future worry. The label is not a verdict. It is a gentle tag that prevents fusion with the story. Exercise 2, hand to hear and anchor phrase. Place one hand on your chest, or another supportive spot like the cheek or stomach. Feel the warmth and pressure. Notice how the contact creates a small sense of steadiness. Then, choose a neutral anchor phrase. You might use, this is a moment of difficulty, or, pain is present, or, anxiety is here. Say the phrase silently and slowly 3 times. This is a mindful self-awareness cue. You are practicing acknowledgement without suppression or exaggeration. You offer reality, which paradoxically reduces intensity. These exercises are fast, and you can use them at work, in the car, or in a conversation. They are not meant to resolve the issue in one go. They are meant to create space. With space, your inner peace techniques can operate. Inside that space, vision is wider. You can see options. You can choose your next step. A few practical notes. Use the breath count that feels natural. If counting triggers more anxiety, let the breath be gently longer on the exhale without numbers. If hand to hear feels awkward in public, subtly press your thumb and forefinger together, and let the anchor phrase run quietly. If intensity spikes, let the practice be shorter. 1 breath, 1 phrase. Return to the situation with a Tiny bit more steadiness. Mindfulness is the recognition that pain and judgment are occurring, and you are not only those experiences. You are the awareness that can hold them. This stance does not blunt accountability. It strengthens it. You are more able to see the facts and more able to take a wise step when your system is not flooded. Pillar 2, Common Humanity. Common humanity is the reminder that imperfection is universal. It disarms the inner critic's favorite tactic, the claim that you are uniquely broken. Building on what we covered in Common Humanity, you are not alone, we will operationalize the Me Too mindset reset. When you assertively name that others suffer like you, the critic loses its isolation power. Shame softens. Perspective returns. Think of it this way. The critic tells a narrow story. It compares you upward, always to those who seem flawless, and it compares you downward, but only to dismiss your effort. Common humanity opens the frame. It includes the messy, awkward, and unseen parts of everyone else. It remembers that struggle is part of learning and that mistakes are data, not proof of defect. A short story illustrates this switch. Mia is a mid-level manager who missed an important deadline. Her inner critic lit up, calling her irresponsible and predicting that she would be sidelined. She avoided her boss and started rewriting her entire self-story. I am unreliable, I always overpromise. In coaching, we used a common humanity practice. Mia wrote down 10 people she respects. For each person, she listed one imperfection she knows or can safely assume. A mentor who once lost a client. A colleague who struggles to say no. A friend who sent a flawed proposal and learned from it. Then she added herself to the list. The act of writing was not about excuses. It was about perspective. She saw that even the most capable people have learning moments. She saw that she is, in her words, statistically human. Then we added 2 reframing lines. Many people miss deadlines under complexity, and I am allowed to be a learner. She scheduled a transparent conversation with her boss, named the miss, and proposed a recovery plan. The critic quieted because the isolation claim was gone. Mia did not wallow. She connected. She repaired. Common humanity can be practiced quietly and quickly. Here are 2 ways. First, universalize the feeling. Say, people feel embarrassed when they fall. Short say, others would struggle with this too. That is not denial. It is context. Second, seek the invisible struggles in others. Gently assume that the person who seems perfect is carrying something difficult. This is not to diminish them. It is to remind you that performance is not the whole picture. Integrating common humanity in daily life can be as simple as a 3-sentence script. 1. Name the pain. 2. Say people experience this. 3. Remind yourself that your worth is not at stake. For example, I feel anxious about this presentation. Many people feel anxious about public speaking. My value is intact and I can prepare. This script releases you from the critic's false uniqueness. It frees energy for ascension. When you remember that you are part of a wider story, motivation becomes steadier. Instead of being driven by fear of defect, you are guided by care and values. Emotional resilience grows because you stop fighting to defend an image and start working to learn, repair, and contribute. Common humanity is not an excuse to bypass. It is a foundation that lets you move forward with dignity. Pillar 3, Self-kindness versus self-judgment. Self-kindness is the assertive response that turns the inner attack into guidance. It uses soothing, supportive language and small practical steps. It is not indulgent. And it does not ignore standards. It preserves motivation without shame. Self-judgment hardens the inner world and narrows options. Self-kindness opens space and invites intelligent effort. Words matter because they change physiology. Tone matters because it signals safety. When you speak to yourself like a friend, your nervous system hears that you are not in danger. Creativity and problem-solving return. Here is a phrase. Bank of language swaps grounded in Kristin Neff principles and mindful self-awareness. Instead of, you blew it. Try, that was a miss, and I can make a plan. Instead of, you should have known better. Try, I understand why that happened. And I will adjust. Instead of, everyone will think you are weak. Try, people respect honesty, and I can be clear. Instead of, if you do not nail this, you are a failure. Try, doing well matters to me. And I will focus on the next right step. Instead of, you are not cut out for this. Try, this is challenging, and I can learn the skills. Instead of, you always mess things up. Try, sometimes I get it wrong, and I care enough to improve. Instead of, stop being so sensitive. Try, sensitivity is information, and I can use it wisely. Pair these phrases with supportive body cues. Soften your jaw. Drop your shoulders. Exhale longer than you inhale. Place a hand over your ear or center. Speak slowly and with warmth. The combination of words and physiology creates a coherent signal of safety to your system. That signal is an antidote to self-criticism. It turns attack into assistance. Implementation strategy. Use the self-compassion switch as a fast routine. Here is a simple, 4-step guide you can apply in under 5 minutes. Pause. Notice the surge of the inner critic. Stop for one breath. Feel. Name what is here. Use a brief label. Tight chest, fear, judging. Connect. Remind yourself of common humanity. Others face this. I am not alone. Respond. Use a self-kindness phrase and choose one small next step. Add if-then prompts to make this automatic. If I miss a deadline, then I will take 3 breaths and say, many people miss deadlines, and I will propose a recovery plan. If I get harsh after feedback, then I will press thumb to forefinger and say, this is a moment of difficulty, and I can learn. If I feel body tension before a hard conversation, then I will exhale slowly and say, people feel this, and I will prepare one clear point. Real-world application. At work, a project slips. Pause, label judging, connect with humanity, then respond with a repair plan and a kind phrase. At home, a misunderstanding triggers regret. Pause, hand to hear anchor phrase, then say, this matters, and I can listen and clarify. In health, a habit relapse occurs. Pause, 3 breaths. Universalize the struggle, then say, lapses happen, and I will restart with one small session today. These self-compassion practices build emotional resilience because they stabilize your system during moments that usually spiral. The routine is short and repeatable. It becomes your calm on command. Common pitfalls. 2 common obstacles arise. The first is the belief that kindness kills. Excellence. In reality, shame reduces learning. Self-kindness keeps standards, while protecting your capacity to improve. Test it. Use kind language for a week. Notice performance and mood. The second obstacle is feeling fake. New language can feel unfamiliar. That is normal. Choose phrases that sound like you. Use words you would say to a friend. Keep it simple. A third pitfall is over-intellectualizing. Do not turn compassion into a debate. Use the simple steps and return to a session. Key takeaways. Self-compassion is the antidote to self-criticism, not self-pity or complacency. Mindfulness acknowledges pain without suppression or exaggeration. Common humanity dissolves isolation and reduces shame. Self-kindness turns inner attack into guidance and small steps. The self-compassion switch is pause, feel, connect, respond. Quick exercises, breath, and labeling, hand to hear with anchor phrase. Interrupt the critic. Phrase bank swaps preserve motivation without shame. Consistent practice builds emotional resilience and inner peace. Techniques. Session items. Choose one anchor phrase that feels natural. Practice it 3 times today. Write 3 universalizing lines for your common triggers. Create 2 if-then prompts for work and home scenarios. Select 3 phrase bank swaps that match your voice. For 1 week, use the 3 breaths and label exercise once a day. Share a small learning story with a trusted person to reinforce common humanity. Prepare one self-kindness statement you can say before feedback. Place a visual cue, such as a dot or sticker, where you most often get triggered, to remind you to pause. Chapter conclusion. Self-compassion is a skill and a switch. When you pause and choose mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness, you change not only your inner words but your outcomes. This chapter gave you the routine and the practice to do that in under 5 minutes. In the next chapter, we will explore self-kindness versus self-judgment, rewriting your inner dialogue, and we will deepen the phrase bank with tailored scripts for work, relationships, and health. Guided practice script. Find a comfortable position. Sit or stand with your feet grounded. If it helps, gently close your eyes. If not, soften your gaze. Mindfulness, take 3 slow breaths. Inhale gently. Exhale a little longer. On the next exhale, silently say, "This is a moment of difficulty." Notice your body. Name 2 sensations. Perhaps tightness in the chest, warmth in the face. Name 1. Emotion. Fear, embarrassment, frustration. Do not fix. Just acknowledge. Common humanity, say silently, others feel this too. Many people struggle with this kind of moment. I am not alone. Imagine one person you respect who has faced something similar. See them as human, not perfect, doing their best. Let that image remind you that you belong to a wider story. Self-kindness, place a hand over your ear or on your cheek. Feel the warmth and gentle pressure. Offer yourself a kind phrase. Try, "I care about this and I can take a helpful step." Or, "I understand why this hurts, and I will support myself." Speak slowly. Notice any softening. Return to the breath for 1 cycle. Inhale. Exhale slightly longer. If the critic speaks up, label it judging, worrying. Reaffirm, "This is hard, others feel this too. And I can respond kindly." Now choose one small next step. If you are at work, it might be to draft a Clarifying email. If you are at home, it might be to apologize and ask to reset. If you are caring for health, it might be to drink water and restart the routine. Picture yourself doing that step. Take one more suppurative breath. Exhale. When you are ready, open your eyes. Or lift your gaze. Pause the recording and try this practice now. Even 2 minutes will make a difference. Each time you use this switch, you strengthen your emotional resilience and your ability to create inner peace on command. Self-kindness versus self-judgment, rewriting your inner dialogue. Chapter Introduction. When your inner critic starts talking, it often sounds like a stern coach who never smiles, a voice that claims it is the only thing keeping you from falling apart or failing. In truth, that harsh voice drains your energy, narrows your thinking, and steals the joy of learning. Self-compassion is the antidote to self-criticism. It is not self-pity, and it is not complacency. It is the skill of treating yourself like a best friend, especially in moments of stress, disappointment, or error. If a friend forgot a deadline, you would not call them names. You would acknowledge the hurt, reconnect them to the fact that humans make mistakes, and help them find a next step. That is the here of self-compassion. In this chapter, we rewrite the inner critic's script through mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness. Building on what we covered in the self-compassion switch, you will learn how to interrupt the critic quickly, then install a kinder inner coach that still cares about excellence. I will offer simple self-compassion practices, drawn from Kristin Neff principles, that build emotional resilience and give you practical inner peace techniques you can use today. The problem: you were never meant to thrive under attack. When the inner critic flares, your nervous system shifts into threat mode. Your attention collapses onto what is wrong. Learning slows. Creativity shrinks. The critic claims this pressure is necessary for results, but research and experience show the opposite. Suppurative guidance fuels sustained motivation more effectively than self-directed blame. The challenge is not knowing what to do, it is doing it in the moment. You need words, actions, and a repeatable map. The solution framework. Self-compassion works because it meets suffering wisely. Mindfulness notices what is happening without suppression or exaggeration. Common humanity. Reconnects you to your place among other imperfect humans. Self-kindness. Speaks to you with warmth and courage. Together, these 3 pillars quiet the inner critic and open space for better choices. I will show you a language swap matrix that converts attack statements into guiding phrases, and we will pair those phrases with breath and suppurative touch so your body gets the signal that you are safe and capable. This is not indulgence. It is skillful encouragement that keeps standards high without shame. Deep dive, the 3 pillars of the self-compassion switch. Let us look closely at each pillar and how you can use it in the precise moment the critic appears. Pillar 1, Mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of seeing clearly, in real time, what is happening inside you. When the inner critic spikes, mindfulness helps you acknowledge the surge without feeding it. You notice thoughts and sensations, you name them, and you allow them to exist without reseating. Kristin Neff principles emphasize that mindfulness in self-compassion is balanced awareness. You do not suppress pain, and you do not dramatize it. You let it be, then you choose a wise response. Use this simple definition to anchor your practice. Mindfulness is honest noticing with gentle labeling. You can say, I am feeling tight in my chest. I am hearing thoughts about being a failure. I am noticing heat in my face. The ACT of naming creates a small space between you and the thought. That space is the doorway to emotional resilience. 2 exercises make this practical in seconds. Exercise 1, the 3 labels. The next time your critic speaks, pause for 1 breath and label 3 things. 1. Name the emotion, such as anxious, sad, or irritated. 2. Name the body sensation, such as throat tight, stomach flutter, or shoulders tense. 3. Name the thought as a thought, such as the mind is saying I blew it. Keep your tone neutral. You are not arguing with the critic, you are witnessing it. Repeat the labels once or twice. Notice if the intensity drops, even by 10%. That small drop makes room for the next pillar. Exercise 2, the anchor breath and hand. Place a hand where you feel the emotion most strongly, often the chest or belly. Breathe in for 4 counts. Breathe out for 6. A longer exhale helps cue the body toward calm. While breathing, silently say, "This is a moment of stress. I am noticing it. I do not need to fix it instantly." Stay with the cadence for 3 to 5 breaths. Let your hand be steady and warm. The physical cue tells your nervous system that you are safe, which reduces the urgent push to correct through criticism. You may notice the critic trying to interrupt. It might say, "Stop coddling yourself. Get back to work." Acknowledge that thought, then return to the breath and hand. Mindful self-awareness is about returning gently. When you train this return, you shorten the gap between activation and clarity. This is how inner peace techniques begin to take root. You learn to feel without spiraling. A quick example. You send an email with a typo to a client. The critic says, "You look careless." Pause. Label 3 things. Emotion, embarrassment. Sensation, heat in face. Thought, the mind says I am unprofessional. Anchor breath and hand. Inhale 4, exhale 6, 3 cycles. Then you are ready for common humanity. Pillar 2, common humanity. Common humanity reminds you that suffering and imperfection are shared. You are not the only one who forgets, misreads, or arrives late. When the inner critic insists your mistake is a unique flaw, common humanity dissolves isolation and reopens perspective. You are part of a human story. Kristin Neff. Principles teach that compassion flows when we feel connected rather than alone. Common humanity is the bridge. Here is a short tea story. Maya is a project team manager who cares deeply about being reliable. She missed a deadline because a teammate did not deliver assets on time. Her inner critic pounced. "You should have seen this coming. You are not cut out for leadership." She could feel the humiliation in her chest. In the past, Maya would spiral into late-night work to compensate, then arrive to the next meeting exhausted and brittle. This time, Maya used the self-compassion switch. She paused and labeled the moment. Emotion, shame. Sensation, tight chest. Thought, the mind says I am failing. She breathed with her hand on her collarbone. Then she remembered. Common humanity. She said, other project team managers miss deadlines. Even excellent teams hit bottlenecks. This happens to everyone. She recalled a mentor who once told her about a delayed launch at a global company. The memory softened her isolation. She felt a little less alone. With connection restored, Maya could see the broader picture. She followed up with her teammate clearly, reset expectations with the client, and added a bullet infer to the timeline. The inner critic wanted her to believe that perfection is the price of belonging. Common humanity showed her that belonging is the source of repair. Use common humanity assertively. Remind yourself, everyone struggles. Everyone learns. I am part of the group, not outside it. Think of a person you respect who has made a similar mistake. Remember their story. Picture how they recovered. If it helps, use statistics mindfully. Every industry has error rates and revision cycles. You can let those numbers normalize reality without excusing carelessness. The point is not to deny responsibility. The point is to hold responsibility inside a wider field of connection. From that field, you can choose wiser ascension. Emotional resilience grows when you stop fighting isolation and start accepting your place among other human beings who are doing their best with incomplete information and limited time. A brief relational example. After a tense conversation with a partner, your critic says, "You always say the wrong thing." Sit quietly and imagine hundreds of couples in therapy on the same day, learning communication together. Say, "This is human. We are learning. I am not alone in needing practice." That shift reduces shame. Reduced shame improves listening. Improved listening changes the next conversation. Pillar 3, Self-kindness vs. self-judgment. Self-kindness is assertive. It speaks to you the way a supportive coach would, with clarity and care. Self-judgment attacks your character. It calls you names, exaggerates flaws, and scares you into short-term assertion. Self-kindness stabilizes you, then guides assertion. In the moment, the fastest way to swap judgment for kindness is to change your words. The language swap matrix. Below convert common attack lines into compassionate, assertion-oriented phrases. Pair the new phrase with calm breath and supportive touch, and notice how quickly your system shifts. Critic says, "I cannot believe you messed that up." Kindness says, "I am disappointed, and I am capable of fixing this." What is the first small step? Critic says, "You are lazy." Kindness says, "I feel depleted. I will rest for 10 minutes, then take one focused assertion." Critic says, "You should be better by now." Kindness says, "Growth takes practice. What did I learn today that can guide my next move?" Critic says, "You always ruin conversations." Kindness says, "That was hard. I want to repair. What is one caring sentence I can offer next time?" Critic says, "If you were serious, you would not need breaks." Kindness says, "Breaks fuel performance. I will give myself a real pause, then return with energy." Critic says, "People will think you are weak." Kindness says, "Everyone struggles. Honesty is strength. I can ask for supper tea and still own my role." Supper tea, the language with simple physiology. Use a gentle tone. Speak as if you were encouraging a friend. If it helps, lower your volume and slow your pace. Place a hand on your chest or belly. Warm pressure helps your body feel safe. Use the breath cadence you practiced, in for 4 and out for 6. Pair 1 phrase with 1 breath. If the phrase feels fake, return to mindfulness. Name the discomfort. "This feels awkward." Then try a smaller statement. Instead of, I am doing great. Say, I am learning a new way. I can take one step. Authenticity is essential. Kindness does not ask you to deny reality. It asks you to address reality with care. Implementation strategy. Use a simple sequence for moments of self-judgment. Pause, feel, connect, respond. Pause for one breath. Feel with labels and anchor hand. Connect. Through common humanity, I am part of the human family. Respond with a kind phrase and one small accession. Make your own language swap matrix by listing your 3 most common critic lines and writing kind alternatives next to them. Practice pairing each swap with 3 breath cycles and a hand on your chest. Over time, your mind will choose kindness faster. Real-world application. Try this at work. Before presenting, your critic says, "You will stumble." Label the fear. Connect to the fact that most people feel nervous before presenting. Respond, "Nervous and ready can coexist. I will speak clearly for the first minute. And let momentum carry me." Try this in relationships. You forget an errand. Label the guilt. Connect. Every person forgets sometimes. Respond, "I missed this. I care about you. I will fix it today," and set a reminder. Try this in health. You skip a workout. Label the disappointment. Connect. Habits fluctuate for everyone. Respond, "I will walk for 10 minutes now and choose a full workout tomorrow." Common pitfalls. It feels performative. Return to mindfulness. Acknowledge the awkwardness and let it be there. Use a smaller phrase that you actually believe. I worry I will lose my edge. Remember, supportive language sustains focus better than attack language. Set clear goals, use kind tone, and measure progress. I do not have time. The sequence takes under 60 seconds. A short pause saves long spirals. I keep comparing my pain to others. Common humanity is not a competition. It is a connection. Avoid the trap of ranking suffering. Choose solidarity instead. Key takeaways. Self-compassion is the antidote to self-criticism, and it supports high standards without shame. Mindfulness acknowledges feelings and thoughts without suppressing or exaggerating them. Common humanity reconnects you to the universal nature of struggle, which reduces isolation and shame. Self-kindness speaks with warmth and courage, then guides accession. Pair kind language with breath and supportive touch to shift physiology toward calm. A simple sequence: pause, feel, connect, respond, turns practice into habit. Accession items. Write your 3 most common inner critic lines and create kind swaps using the language swap matrix. Practice the anchor breath and hand 3 times today, in for 4 and out for 6. Tell a trusted person one story where common humanity helped you recover, to reinforce connection. Create a cue card that says, "Nervous and ready can coexist," and carry it to your next challenge. Track one moment each day where you use self-kindness instead of judgment, and note the effect. Chapter conclusion. Let us end with a brief guided practice that combines mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness. Please pause the recording after I begin and take 5 minutes to move through the steps slowly. Find a comfortable seat. Let your shoulders drop. Place a hand on your chest or belly. Inhale for 4. Exhale for 6. Once more, inhale 4. Exhale 6. Mindfulness. Gently scan your body. Notice one emotion present right now. Name it softly. I feel anxious. Notice one sensation. Name it. Throat tight. Notice one thought, and name it as a thought. The mind is saying I will fail. Let all of this be here. No fixing yet. Breathe once more, in for 4, out for 6. Common humanity. Say, this is human. Many people feel this before something that matters. I am part of the human family. Picture someone you respect who has felt this and recovered. See them breathing. See them proceeding. Let their image remind you that you belong. Inhale for 4. Exhale for 6. Self-kindness. Offer a war phrase. I care that this is hard. I can take one small step. Choose a specific next session, tiny and doable. I will write the first sentence. I will send the email. I will apologize with one caring line. Say your session out loud in a gentle tone. Breathe once more. Close by placing your hand firmly and saying, I am here for myself. I choose encouragement. I am learning. Now pause the recording and spend 5 minutes breathing, repeating these phrases, and taking your small session if available. When you return, notice any shift in your clarity or energy. In the next chapter, real-life applications, we will apply these skills to work, relationships, and health. You will receive if-then plans and 2-minute resets so you can use the self-compassion switch under real pressure. For now, trust that every gentle repetition is building strength. You are not alone in learning this. You are building a reliable antidote to self-criticism, one kind breath and one kind phrase at a time. Real-life applications, work, relationships, and health. Chapter Introduction. Self-compassion is the antidote to self-criticism. Where the inner critic attacks, self-compassion steadies your mind and your body. Think of it as treating yourself the way you would treat a best friend during a hard moment, with clear eyes, warm words, and steady support. It is not self-pity and it is not complacency. Self-compassion does not let you off the hook. It helps you hold the hook with care so you can do what matters without shame, acting as the driver. In earlier chapters you learned to identify the inner critic, to notice its patterns, and to rewrite harsh self-talk. Now we turn the self-compassion switch on in everyday life. Work, relationships, and health bring daily tests. Performance, anxiety, feedback fears, conflict, sleep struggles, and lapses in habits can pull you back into old loops. In this chapter, you will get clear scripts, if-then plans, and 2-minute resets that integrate mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness. I want you to have a repeatable way to pivot when stress rises, without abandoning your goals or your values. The problem: it is easy to talk about self-compassion when there is time and quiet. It is harder when your calendar is packed, when someone is upset, or when you have just made a mistake. The inner critic thrives in those moments. It whispers that you are alone, that you should have known better, that everyone else is handling it. Shame rises, your body tightens, and decisions become foggy. You may avoid feedback, overwork to prove yourself, lash out defensively, or let healthy routine slide after one miss. 3 predictable traps show up across domains. First, perfectionism loops at work lead to over-editing, late nights, and a brittle sense of war tied to flawless output. Second, conflict or missteps in relationships activate fear of rejection and the impulse to withdraw or blame. Third, health goals wobble with burnout signals and sleep struggles, and a single lapse spirals into a story that you have failed again. Under pressure, you forget the skills you learned, and the critic sets the pace. The solution framework. The antidote is a simple switch made of 3 pillars. I call it the self-compassion switch because you can turn it on in seconds. It is grounded in Kristin Neff principles and it holds to 3 moves. Mindfulness acknowledges the moment honestly, without suppressing or exaggerating it. Common humanity reminds you that imperfection is universal and that you are part of a larger human story. Self-kindness replaces harsh judgment with supportive language and ascension, so your standards remain, but shame does not run the show. Together, these pillars create emotional resilience and inner peace techniques you can use anywhere. The switch goes like this. Notice what is happening in your body and mind. Name it kindly. Remember you are not alone. Offer yourself the words you wish a wise friend would say, then take one next step that respects both your goals and your limits. We will embed this switch into practical if-then plans. If a trigger happens, then do a short sequence that uses the 3 pillars. You will also track small wins so you can see the gains over time. Deep dive. Pillar 1, Mindfulness. Mindfulness is the skill of seeing clearly. When the inner critic speaks, mindfulness helps you notice the sensation and the thought. You do not push the feeling away and you do not dramatize it. You acknowledge it. This is the first move of the switch, and it is the anchor for every plan. 2 simple exercises can help you use this pillar immediately. Exercise 1, label and locate. When you feel the critic rise, pause, and say quietly, I notice self-criticism here. Then locate the feeling physically. Maybe the jaw tightens, the stomach drops, the chest lifts. Place a hand where you feel it. And breathe in for 4 counts, breathe out for 6 counts, twice. Naming and locating connects your mind and your body. It interrupts the reflex to reset. Exercise 2, the 5-word snapshot. In a rough moment, take 5 words to describe the experience, without labels like good or bad. For example, late reply from manager, tight chest, spinning thoughts. Keep it factual. Then add 1 validating phrase, this is hard right now. This keeps the moment contained. Instead of expanding into a story, the inner critic often works by turning a single data point into a sweeping identity claim. Mindfulness keeps you with the data. At work, mindfulness looks like noticing the urge to overwork after feedback and saying, I feel shame heat in my face, I am thinking I should have known better. In relationships, mindfulness looks like noticing defensiveness and pausing to breathe before responding. In health, mindfulness looks like noticing fatigue before you push through yet another late night. You already practiced acknowledging without over-identifying in earlier chapters. Now you are applying that skill at speed. Pillar 2, Common Humanity. Common humanity is the reminder that being human includes struggle. When the inner critic isolates you, common humanity opens the door. It says, others have been here, others are here now, and I can learn and belong even in this. This does not erase responsibility. It dissolves shame enough to make change possible. Let me share a short story. A designer named Maya receives public critique on a presentation. The inner critic shouts, everyone saw that mistake, you never get this right. She feels alone, exposed, and tempted to retreat. Her mentor texts her a single line, growth looks awkward in public. In that sentence, Maya hears common humanity. Learning is a shared human scene. Imperfection is part of the path. She takes a walk, breathes, and reminds herself of 3 names of people she respects who have spoken openly about missteps. This simple act breaks the isolation. She returns to the deck with a mindset of curious improvement, not self-blame. Common humanity disarms the critic in relationships as well. Imagine you snapped at a partner after a long day. Common humanity sounds like, many people get short-t when they are tired. Repair is part of healthy bonds. In health, common humanity sounds like, most people slip on habits when stress is high. Returning is the skill. This pillar makes room for honest accountability. It replaces the uniqueness myth with a truth that frees you to take the next step. Pillar 3, self-kindness versus self-judgment. Self-kindness is the voice that supports you with respect. It keeps standards clear while keeping the tone warm. Self-judgment is the voice that attacks your character and threatens your belonging. In the last chapter, you built a phrase bank to convert critical statements into compassionate, action-oriented language. Now we will apply the assertive response in the moment. Self-kindness sounds like, I care about doing this well, and I can learn from this without tearing myself down. It sounds like, this is a tough spot, I will take one step that helps. Practical phrases you can use include, I am still worthy while I improve, progress beats perfection today, one choice right now moves me forward, I can be both kind and accountable. These phrases are not fluff. They regulate your nervous system, so clarity and effort return. Putting the framework into action. To make this practical, create if-then plans for each domain. An if-then plan reduces decision load. It tells your body and mind exactly what to do when a known trigger arrives. Pair each plan with a 2-minute reset. 2 minutes is long enough to shift physiology and short enough to fit inside a busy day. Work if-then plan. If I receive critical feedback or feel performance anxiety rise, then I will do label and locate, remind myself of common humanity, and use a suppurative phrase, followed by one tiny action. Write it like this. If feedback hits, then I say, I notice shame here, place a hand on my chest, breathe twice. Remember that learning is human, and say, progress beats perfection today. Then I spend 5 minutes clarifying one improvement. Relationships if-then plan. If conflict flares or I make a misstep, then I will take a pause, use the 5-word snapshot, and speak repair language. Write it like this. If tension rises, then I say, tight chest, fast tone, war-ride mind, this is hard, pause 1 minute. I remind myself, many couples repair after conflict. Then I say, I am sorry for my tone, I care about you, let us reset and talk. Health if-then plan. If burnout signals show up or I lapse on a habit, then I will use label and locate, remember that returning is the skill, and set a tiny restart. Write it like this. If I skip a workout, then I say, I feel disappointment and heaviness, this is understandable, people slip when stressed. Then I walk for 10 minutes or do 2 stretches, and I plan the next session. 2-minute resets are portable. Here is one. Sit or stand with feet grounded. Inhale through the nose for 4 counts. Exhale through the mouth for 6 counts. Place a hand on your chest. Say, this is a moment of struggle. Others Feel this too. May I be kind to myself right now? Ask, what is one helpful step? Then do it. Set reminders on your phone to practice this reset daily at a neutral time so it is ready under pressure. Real-world application. Work, performance anxiety and feedback fears. Alex is a project lead facing a tight deadline. During a stand-up, a stakeholder says, "This session is unclear." Alex feels heat and hears, "You are failing." His if-then plan triggers. He says, internally, "I notice self-criticism and tension in my neck." He breathes twice. He reminds himself, everyone receives murky feedback sometimes, this is part of the job. He uses self-kindness, "I care about making this clear, I can improve this session." He asks a clarifying question, then does a 5-minute outline for revisions. He tracks a small win, clearer brief drafted, and gives himself a 1 to 5 score for emotional resilience. He rates a 3. Over 2 weeks, his scores trend upward. He sees proof that self-compassion practices help him respond rather than spiral. Relationships, conflict recovery and boundaries with war. Priya notices. She agrees to extra tasks from a friend even when she is exhausted, then resents it. Her if-then plan is, if I feel a yes that is really a no, then I pause and breathe, remember that boundary learning is human, and speak a war no. She says, I want to support you and I also need rest tonight, I can help tomorrow for an hour. She tracks 3 metrics. How quickly she notices the false yes, her kindness score in the boundary phrase, and the repair time if tension arises. The data shows improvement. Kindness stays high as clarity increases. Health, burnout signals and return to habits after lapses. Matteo aims to sleep by 10 every night. After a late shift, he scrolls and misses the window. The critic says, you never stick to routines. His plan triggers. He labels, I feel shame and heavy eyes. He breathes. He remembers, most people struggle with sleep under stress, returning is the skill. He uses self-kindness, I can protect tomorrow with a small step. He sets the phone down, does a 2-minute relaxation, writes a quick plan for the next night, and goes to bed. He tracks streaks not just by per FECT counts, but by returns. If he returns within 24 hours after a lapse, he marks a resilience return on his tracker. Over time, the returns happen faster and his sleep improves. Common pitfalls. Several obstacles can trip you up. You might think, if I am kind, I will lose my itch. The truth is that self-kindness supports effort and focus better than self-judgment does. Use this test. When you speak kindly to yourself, does your clarity increase? If yes, you have not lost your edge, you have sharpened it. You may feel, this sounds fake. When that happens, adjust language until it sounds like you. Swap, I am worthy, for, I matter and I am learning. Choose phrases that fit your values. Another pitfall is skipping common humanity. You might jump from noticing a hard moment right into fixing without the belonging. Reminder, shame can still cling. Take 5 seconds to name 2 people or groups who share this experience. Athletes, nurses, parents, managers. Knowing you are part of a bigger scene helps. Time scarcity is real. If you forget to use the switch, set cues, and pair resets with daily routines. 1 breath while the kettle boils, 1 phrase before you Open email, 1 repair line after a tense moment. Do not wait for perfect conditions. The inner critic thrives in delay. Start small and steady. Finally, watch for using self-compassion to avoid accountability. The test is accession. A compassionate phrase should lead to one helpful step. Key takeaways. Self-compassion is the antidote to self-criticism. It is strong care, not self-pity or complacency. The self-compassion switch uses 3 pillars: mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness, grounded in Kristin Neff principles. Mindfulness means label and locate the experience, and take a 5-word snapshot, without over-identifying. Common humanity disarms isolation. You remember that struggle and imperfection are universal. Self-kindness replaces harsh judgment with supportive, accession-oriented language that stabilizes effort. If-then plans and 2-minute resets bring the switch into work, relationships, and health, even under pressure. Small trackers and metrics reinforce consistency and show gains in emotional resilience and inner peace techniques. Language that fits your values makes self-compassion believable and effective. Boundary setting can be warm and clear. Repair is part of healthy relationships. The skill is returning after lapses, not never slipping. Accession items. Choose one trigger in each domain: work, relationships, health. Write a simple if-then plan that uses all 3 pillars. Practice the 2-minute reset at a neutral time daily, so it is ready under stress. Create a small wins tracker. Record one helpful step taken each day and rate your resilience from 1 to 5. Personalize 3 self-kindness phrases that feel true to you. Use them in your plans. Add common humanity cues to your environment: a quote on your desk, a reminder in your phone of 3 names of people who model growth with imperfection. Set weekly check-ins. Review your trackers, celebrate returns after lapses, and adjust plans. Share your boundary script with a trusted person. Ask for feedback on clarity and warmth. Place a hand on your chest during mindful pauses to pair words with physiology. Chapter conclusion. You can bring the self-compassion switch into the places that test you most. As you use mindfulness to acknowledge, remember common humanity to belong, and speak with self-kindness to ACT, your emotional resilience grows. Building on what we covered in self-kindness versus self-judgment, you now have scripts, if-then plans, and trackers that make self-compassion practices practical. In the next chapter, we will consolidate your approach in a resilience roadmap, with a 30-day plan and a NAR-rated practice you can use anytime. 5-minute guided practice. You can pause the recording and try this now. Sit comfortably or stand with your feet grounded. Soften your gaze or close your eyes. Mindfulness. Notice your breath without changing it. Inhale and exhale. Name. What is present? I notice thoughts, I notice sensations, I notice emotions. Take a 5-word snapshot of your current experience. Keep it simple and factual. Place a hand where you feel the most activation. Inhale for 4 counts, exhale for 6 counts, twice. Whisper to yourself, this is hard right now. Common humanity. Bring to mind the truth that others feel this too. Picture a circle of people across ages and roles who have had similar moments. Say quietly, being human includes struggle. Many people are here with me in this human experience. Think of one person you respect who has shared a misstep or a tender moment. Let that reminder loosen the isolation. Self-kindness. Offer yourself the tone you would use with a dear friend. Choose one phrase that fits the moment. You can say, "I am still worthy while I improve." Or, "Progress beats perfection today," or, "May I be kind to myself right now." If it helps, add superlative touch, a hand on your chest or your arm, feel the warmth and weight of your hand. Let your shoulders drop slightly. Next step. Ask, what is one helpful step that respects my goals and my limits? It can be tiny. A clarifying question to a colleague, a warm boundary in a relationship, a brief walk for health. If a step appears, anchor it by saying, "I will do this next." If nothing comes, simply continue breathing and trust that clarity will arrive. Closing. Take one more long inhale. Exhale slowly. Open your eyes or lift your gaze. Thank yourself for practicing. You have just used the antidote to self-criticism with mindful self-awareness, common humanity, and self-kindness. This is how you build inner peace techniques that last. When you are ready, return to your day. Place your plans and trackers where you can see them. Let small wins count. The critic may speak again. You are equipped. Use your switch and move forward with care. Conclusion and guided practice, your resilience roadmap. Chapter 8, Conclusion and guided practice, your resilience roadmap. Chapter Introduction. You have learned how to notice the inner critic, how to understand its patterns, and how to respond with grounded care. In this final chapter, we will consolidate everything into a simple daily roadmap so you can keep your gains and grow them over time. Think of this chapter as your pocket guide for mindful self-awareness and emotional resilience. It is the antidote to self-criticism, packaged into practical steps that fit inside real life. Self-compassion is not self-pity, and it is not letting yourself off the hook. Self-compassion is treating yourself like a best friend who tells the truth with warmth. It is the soft pillow that lets you rest, and it is the steady hand that helps you rise. When you switch into self-compassion, the inner critic loses its microphone. Your inner voice becomes an ally instead of an adversary. The problem: most people understand that harsh self-judgment drains motivation and joy, yet they still get pulled into the same loops. One stressful hour, one critical comment, one mistake, and the inner critic takes over. You promise yourself to do better, then life gets busy and you abandon the practices that work. Without a simple system, kindness becomes a mood instead of a habit. The problem is not a lack of knowledge. You already know the 3 pillars. The problem is consistency during pressure, and recovery after lapses. Without a resilient routine, old patterns return. Without reminders, even good intentions fade. This chapter solves the implementation gap, the space between what you know and what you do when it matters most. The solution framework. We will build a resilience roadmap in 4 parts. A compassion mindset check, your antidote to self-criticism compass. A 5-minute practice that unites mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness, available anytime. A 30-day plan with micro habits, if-then prompts, and gentle tracking. A weekly reflection to reinforce wins, learn from relapses, and renew intention. This framework draws from Kristin Neff principles of self-compassion. These principles highlight 3 components. Mindfulness acknowledges what is true, without suppressing or exaggerating it. Common humanity reminds you that imperfection is universal. Self-kindness replaces inner hostility with soothing Suppurative language. When you integrate these, you create inner peace. Techniques that are both tender and strong. You will leave this chapter with a repeatable approach that scales with your life's demands. It is designed for busy days, messy weeks, and times when you feel skeptical or tired. This roadmap is simple by design, because simple sticks. Deep dive. Let us weave the 3 pillars into daily life so they become reflexes, not only ideas. Mindfulness is the pause that prevents the spiral. When you feel a rush of self-criticism, you name the experience. You say, the inner critic is active. You notice sensations in your body, like tight shoulders or a heavy chest. You become curious rather than fused with the story. This small gap is power. Research shows that mindful awareness reduces automatic receptivity, which opens the door to wiser accession. Common humanity dissolves the illusion of isolation. The inner critic tells you, only you would make this mistake. Everyone else has it together. Remembering that every person experiences fear, failure, and doubt turns down the volume on shame. This is not a mental trick. It is reality. Imperfection is part of the human condition. When you feel connected to others in your struggle, you regain perspective and courage. Self-kindness is the active response. You offer yourself the tone you would use with a dear friend. You put a hand where it feels comforting, the heart or the belly. You speak phrases that soften, steady, and guide. You do not excuse harm and you do not collapse into self-pity. You choose a suppurative voice that helps you repair, learn, and move forward. Together, these pillars create emotional resilience. Mindfulness shows you what is happening. Common humanity reminds you that you are not alone in it. Self-kindness helps you respond well. This is the antidote to self-criticism, because it replaces a hostile inner dialogue with a wise and caring one. You are still accountable. You are simply kinder and more effective. During the previous chapter, we explored real-life applications at work, in relationships, and in health. Here, we take those insights and organize them into a daily rhythm. Think of it as building a compassionate muscle. Repetition creates ease. Small wins stack into durable change. Implementation strategy. Here is your step-by-step plan to anchor self-compassion practices for the next 30 days. 1. Set a compassion intention. Write one sentence you can carry. 4. Example, I choose to be a good friend to myself, especially when I feel stressed. Place this sentence on your phone lock screen or a sticky note near your desk. 2. Use 2 micro habits. Morning primer, 60 seconds. Before you check messages, place a hand on your heart, breathe slowly for 3 breaths, and say, today I will meet my inner world with care. Evening reset, 90 seconds. Before bed, name 1 effort you made, 1 thing you learned, and 1 way you were kind to yourself. Smile gently to anchor the feeling. 3. Add if-then prompts. Create simple cues that trigger compassionate accession. If I notice tightness in my chest, then I pause and take 3 slow breaths. If I catch the inner critic saying never or always, then I say, that is a heavy story, I will focus on 1 next step. If feedback stings, then I say, this is a human moment, I can learn and still be kind to myself. 4. Build a 5-minute practice. We will use the unified script in the conclusion. Schedule 1 daily 5-minute window. Consider linking it to an existing routine, like after lunch or before starting work. Set a phone reminder. 5. Track with gentle metrics. Use a simple tracker for 30 days. Each day. Circle 3 things. Did I pause and breathe? Did I use one phrase of self kindness? Did I remember common humanity? Add a one-line note if helpful. Strong critic at 3 p.m. Used hand on here T. Felt calmer. Tracking is not to judge. It is to notice patterns and momentum. 6. Weekly reflection. Choose a 5-minute window each week. Ask 3 questions. Where did self-compassion help this week? What got in the way? What is one gentle adjustment for next week? Celebrate one small win. Thank yourself for staying with this practice. 7. Buddy check-in. Invite a trusted person to be a compassion buddy. Agree to a weekly message. Share one sentence. Here is a moment I used mindful self-awareness, or here is where I forgot and how I will re-engage. War M. Connection strengthens persistence. Real-world application. Consider Maya, a project team manager juggling deadlines and a team of 8. Her inner critic peaks when a client asks for changes late in the process. Instead of spiraling into self-blame, she uses her if-then prompt. If an unexpected demand arrives, then I breathe, name the pressure, and say, this is challenging, and I can handle it step by step. She sends a calm message to her team, breaking tasks into manageable pieces. She notes in her tracker, paused before replying. Felt steadier. Over a month, she reports fewer sleepless nights and more focused mornings. Or think of Devin, a nurse navigating long shifts. He uses the morning primer in his car before walking in. When a colleague snaps at him, he notices the sting and says quietly, everyone is stretched today, I will not take this personally. He sets a boundary with kindness, let us reconnect after our rounds. In his weekly reflection, he writes, remembered common humanity, avoided a spiral, stayed present. He starts to trust that he can meet difficult moments with care without losing efficiency. Finally, consider Lena, a parent who feels guilt after missing a school event due to work. Her inner critic says, you are failing. She places a hand on her here T. Breathes, and says, this hurts, and I am not the only parent who faces this. She tells her child, I am sorry I missed it, I care and I am listening. She plans a special breakfast. In her tracker, she notes, used self-kindness, repaired with a session, felt connected. Over weeks, Lena sees that compassion increases accountability instead of reducing it. Common pitfalls. All or nothing thinking. You might believe that if you miss one practice, the day is lost. Instead, use micro resets. Even one compassionate phrase helps. 1 minute matters. Performing compassion. Sometimes you might say kind words without feeling them. That is normal. The tone matters more than perfect phrases. Let your voice be gentle and simple. Confusing kindness with complacency. Self-kindness is not avoidance. It is a stronger foundation for effort. When you feel resistance, ask, what is one step I can take from a kind state? Neglecting body cues. You may try to think your way through criticism without noticing sensations. The body is faster than thought. Use touch and breath to shift states. Expecting instant relief. Compassion is a practice that builds muscle. Relief grows with repetition. Track small changes. Celebrate consistency over intensity. Skipping connection. Doing this alone can feel isolating. A buddy check-in or a community of practice increases motivation. Connection is part of common humanity. If any pitfall shows up, name it with mindfulness, remember common humanity, and answer it with self-kindness. These pillars are both prevention and repair. Key takeaways. Self-compassion is the antidote to self-criticism. It is supper tea with truth, not self-pity or complacency. Mindfulness creates a pause, so you can see clearly without exaggeration or suppression. Common humanity dissolves isolation. Imperfection is universal and connection reduces shame. Self-kindness is an assertive response. Use soothing tone, supportive touch, and helpful phrases. A simple 5-minute daily practice builds emotional resilience and inner peace. Techniques. Micro habits, if-then prompts, and gentle tracking turn insight into reliable assertion. Weekly reflection and buddy supper tea sustain momentum during busy periods. Consistency matters more than intensity. Small steps compound into durable resilience. Assertion items. Write a 1-sentence compassion intention and place it where you will see it daily. Set 2 micro habits, a morning primer and an evening reset. Choose exact tea times. Create 3 if-then prompts for your top triggers. Put them in your phone notes. Schedule a daily 5-minute practice. Add a reminder that repeats for 30 days. Print or draw a simple tracker. Circle 3 daily assertions and add 1 line notes. Plan a 5-minute weekly reflection. Use the 3 questions and record insights. Invite a compassion buddy. Agree on a weekly check-in with a simple template. Choose 3 self-kindness phrases from the list below and memorize them. Commit to trying the guided practice now. Pause and return to it daily. Chapter conclusion. You have everything you need to maintain mindful self-awareness and build emotional resilience. To close this chapter, I will guide you through a 5-minute practice that unites mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness. You can use this anytime, especially when the inner critic gets loud. When I say pause, you can stop the recording and give yourself space to try it. Guided practice script: mindfulness, humanity, kindness. Find a comfortable position. If it helps, place a hand on your ear T or on your belly. Allow your shoulders to soften slightly. Take a slow breath in through your nose. Exhale gently through your mouth. Again, a slow inhalation. A steady exhalation. One more time. Mindfulness. Silently name your experience. You might say, I notice tension. I notice the inner critic is assertive. I notice thoughts about not being enough. See if you can observe without pushing away or grabbing on. Like watching clouds move across the sky. You are noticing, not fixing. Bring attention to the body. Where do you feel the criticism? Perhaps the chest, the throat, the stomach. Place your hand where it feels supportive. If you cannot feel anything, that is okay. Simply feel the weight of your hand and the movement of your breath. Say quietly to yourself, this is a moment of difficulty. This is stress. This is hard. Let the truth be simple. No drama. No suppression. Pause the recording for 10 seconds if you like. Breathe and notice. Common humanity. Remember, you are not alone. Say softly, difficult moments are part of being human. Others feel this too. Imperfection is shared. Picture someone you respect who has faced struggle. Imagine them offering you a nod that says, I get it. We all have these moments. If you prefer, imagine standing in a circle of people. Each one holds a story of stress, mistakes, and learning. Feel yourself as one person among many, connected by the thread of being human. You do not have to carry this alone. Pause the recording for 10 seconds if you like. Let the sense of connection settle. Self-kindness. Now choose a superlative phrase that fits. You can use one of these: I am here for you. You are doing your best, and you can learn from this. It is okay to be imperfect. Let us take one small step. You can also create your own phrase. Say it slowly, with a tone you would use for someone you love. If it feels right, add, I will help you. We will figure this out together. Feel the warmth of your own voice. Notice the breath again. If helpful, count 3 breaths. Inhale, 1. Exhale, 1. Inhale, 2. Exhale, 2. Inhale, 3. Exhale, 3. Now choose one next step. Ask, what would be helpful right now? Perhaps send a message, take a 5-minute walk, rewrite a task list, apologize, rest, or begin a small session. Let the step be specific and gentle. Say, I choose this step with care. I can handle this one move. The rest will come later. To close, place both hands in a way that feels comforting. Say, may I be kind to myself. May I remember I am not alone. May I meet this moment with clarity and care. Take one final slow breath. Thank yourself for practicing. You can return to this script whenever you need an anytime reset. Please pause the recording now and try the practice. Give yourself 5 minutes. When you come back, schedule your daily window for this, set your reminders, and choose your phrases. Practical phrases to replace critical statements. When the inner critic says, you always mess this up, you can say, I made a mistake, and I can learn one thing to improve. When it says, you should have known better, you can say, I did not have all the information, now I can use what I have. When it says, everyone thinks you are failing, you can say, others have opinions, I will stay with my values and assertions. When it says, do not feel this, you can say, this feeling is human, it will move if I meet it with care. Building on what we covered in real-life applications. As you apply this roadmap, remember the scenarios from work, relationships, and health. Use the if-then prompts and micro-resets that matched those pressures. This chapter gives you the scaffolding to keep those gains. You now have a structured plan and a shared language for your inner world. Next steps. You have created a personalized, repeatable approach to inner peace. Techniques. It is anchored in Kristin Neff principles and reinforced by daily practice. Your resilience will grow through gentle repetition. Continue tracking, adjusting, and connecting with your body. Let compassion be your compass. In the next chapter, we will integrate your 30-day plan into a long-term resilience routine. You will learn how to refresh your practices seasonally and how to adapt them during life transitions. For now, return to the guided script. Set your reminders, and thank yourself. You have built a foundation that will hold you. Conclusion. Honoring how far you have come. You have traveled a meaningful distance, and you did not do it by forcing yourself to be perfect. You showed up with curiosity, you practiced with courage, and you stayed when the inner critic tried to pull you back into old loops. Take a breath and let that sink in. You now have real tools, not just ideas. And you have proven that kinder effort creates stronger results. If you felt skeptical at the beginning, notice how your experience has shifted. You can pause, you can feel, you can connect, and you can respond with wisdom. That is the arc of this journey. From inner critic to inner ally. At the start, the critic acted like an alarm that never turned off. It spoke in absolutes, it isolated you, and it accelerated stress. Now you recognize that voice as a survival habit rather than a truth teller. You have learned to meet it with mindful self-awareness, to widen the lens with common humanity, and to answer with self-kindness that guides rather than excuses. This is the core flip. The antidote to self-criticism, the shift from attack to assistance. Where pressure once narrowed your options, care now expands them. Where shame once stalled your energy, compassion now restores it. Core pillars you now own. You worked with 3 anchors that sit at the heart of Kristin Neff principles. First, mindfulness taught you to acknowledge what is present without suppressing or dramatizing it. You practiced naming thoughts and sensations, riding the wave with steadiness, and creating a pause so choice could return. Second, common humanity reminded you that imperfection is a shared condition. You discovered that struggle does not isolate you, it connects you. And that realizing this softens shame and invites support. Third, self-kindness gave you language and tone that calm the nervous system while still aiming you toward skillful action. Together, these pillars form the self-compassion switch that you can use in under 5 minutes whenever the critic surges. Frameworks and moves that anchor you. Along the way, you mapped triggers, you studied critic archetypes, and you built language swaps that turn an attack into guidance. You experimented with quick resets like stop and rain, then you paired words with breath pacing and supportive touch. You practiced universalizing statements that counter isolation, you learned if then prompts that conserve energy during high demand moments, and you set up trackers that reward small wins. You saw how inner peace techniques and self-compassion practices are not lofty ideals, they are practical moves that fit busy lives. You created routines for work, relationships, and health, and you saw how one consistent practice lifts all domains. The path to daily implementation. To carry this forward, let simplicity lead. Choose a single anchor practice and a simple routine name so your mind can recall it under pressure. The rhythm you learned, pause, feel, connect, respond, is built for speed and depth. Pause for a few breaths. Feel what is here in the body, in the story, in the tone. Connect with common humanity and remind yourself that others have been here too. Respond with kind guidance that aims you toward the next wise step. This rhythm does not require quiet rooms or long sessions. It requires a willingness to notice, a willingness to soften, and a willingness to steer your effort with care. Handling detours and setbacks with skill. You will still have hard days. That is not failure, that is human life. When a surge hits, remember the map. Suppression is the move that numbs. Over-identification is the move that spirals. Balanced acknowledgement is the middle path that steadies. If you miss a practice, name it without judgment. Then return to one small step in the present moment. If the critic says you have lost your edge, translate that into a supportive question. What matters most right now, and what is the smallest next step I can take? If the weight of isolation creeps back in, use the Me Too mindset and reach out to a trusted person, or read a story that normalizes the mess of learning. Let setbacks become signals rather than sentences. Real examples of change in action. Consider 3 snapshots that mirror common lives. A manager who dreaded feedback began using the pause and feel steps before every review. She named the pressure in her chest, she softened her jaw, then she connected with the truth that every leader gives and receives imperfect feedback. She swapped the inner attack, "You always mess this up," for a kind directive, "You can listen well and respond clearly." Over 3 months, her team reported calmer meetings, and her own stress numbers fell. A parent who felt guilty after losing patience with a child used the connectee and respond steps as a reset. He reminded himself that every parent has moments of regret, then he guided himself to repair, to apologize, and to plan a calmer evening routine. The critic lost its grip, and the relationship strengthened. A designer who froze when a big pitch arrived began using the full self-compassion switch. Pause, feel the racing thoughts, connect with other creators who have faced the same fear. Respond with one concrete focus, present the story. She did not become perfect overnight, but she returned to her craft with courage and joy. Immediate steps to begin today. Make your first 24 hours count. Choose one domain where the critic often visits. It might be your morning routine, a key meeting, or a health habit. Set a simple cue that reminds you to pause and feel. For example, place a sticky note that says breathe, or set a gentle chime on your phone. Decide one humanity phrase you will use, such as "others have been here too," or "millions of people learn through mistakes." Decide one kindness phrase you will use, such as "I can take one steady step," or "let me speak to myself like a best friend." Then, run one small experiment. Notice the trigger, use the switch, and write one sentence about what changed. The measure of progress is not perfection, it is a shorter time from trigger to kind response. Sustaining momentum over the next 30 days. Give yourself a clear map for a month of practice. Select 2 micro habits that fit your mornings and evenings. In the morning, 2 minutes of breath pacing. With a hand on the here T can anchor care in the nervous system. Pair it with a short T phrase that aligns with your values, such as "I will move with courage and kindness today." In the evening, a 3-line reflection strengthens learning. What did I notice? How did I respond? What will I try tomorrow? Choose one weekly review where you look at patterns without judgment. Circle one win. Circle one lesson, and choose one adjustment. Use the bonus materials to simplify this. The daily self-compassion habit checklist, the phrase bank template, the inner critic trigger mapping worksheet, and the 5-minute inner peace practice guide can keep your focus light and effective. What to expect as you grow. As you continue, your baseline will shift. You will notice early signals of tension, and you will respond faster. You will catch black and white thoughts sooner, and you will translate them into balanced perspectives. You will feel less alone when you stumble, and you will ask for help with less fear. Your inner language will become calmer and more direct, and your actions will align more closely with your values. This is emotional resilience in motion, not a single event but a pattern of care that builds capacity. You will still feel intensity during real challenges. The difference is that you will have a way to meet that intensity with steady presence and skillful guidance, and that changes outcomes. Renewed relationship with excellence. If fear kept you chasing impossible standards, compassion will let you pursue excellence with clarity and steadiness. You have learned that kindness does not lower the bar. It removes the shame that kept you from reaching it. When you set goals, you can use a caring tone that supports discipline. When you review results, you can evaluate with honesty and warmth. When you meet obstacles, you can pivot with creativity rather than self-blame. This turns performance into practice rather than proof of worth. It removes pressure that was never useful and builds trust with yourself. With this trust in place, you will risk more wisely. You will learn faster, and you will sustain effort through difficult seasons. Support systems that keep you steady. Create an environment that remembers your intention when stress grows loud. Schedule gentle reminders at the times that matter. Place visual cues in places where you pause and breathe. Invite a buddy to practice with you, and to send encouraging check-ins each week. Set up your trackers in a way that feels light and motivating. Keep your phrase bank visible so you reach for kind words automatically. You are designing a care system that meets your future self when they need it. The simpler it is, the more often you will use it. The more often you use it, the more reliable your calm on command becomes. Handling resistance and doubt. When resistance appears, treat it as a friend with important information. Doubt often tells you that change feels unfamiliar. You can thank it, then ask for consent to practice anyway for 2 minutes. If an inner voice says kindness is soft, recall the science of care and threat systems that you studied earlier. Fear narrows attention and burns energy. Care widens attention and restores energy. If you feel performance pressure, remind yourself that kinder accountability sustains effort longer than harshness ever did. If you hear a story that this is only for certain types of people, return to common humanity. Everyone stumbles. Everyone learns. Everyone benefits from warmth paired with wise action. Celebrating wins the compassionate way. The critic rarely honors progress. You will celebrate small wins because they are the bricks that build big outcomes. Note the minute you chose a shorter path from tension to kindness. Mark the moment you asked for help without shame. Acknowledge the day you rewrote a harsh phrase into a supportive one. Collect these moments in a journal or a notes app, and let them form a record of your growth. By recognizing progress, you increase motivation and resilience. This is not indulgence, it is reinforcement of desirable patterns. Your brain learns through repetition and reward. Give it both. Sharing the practice with others. As you stabilize, you may feel called to offer these tools in your circles. Share stories of moments when care changed a decision. Teach a colleague the pause and feel steps before a high-stakes meeting. Invite a friend to try a 5-minute routine when their inner voice grows loud. Use very simple language, and model common humanity by talking openly about your own missteps and repairs. The act of sharing will deepen your mastery, and it will give others permission to move from self-attack to self-support communities that practice compassion. Become braver, more creative, and more connected. A short checklist to keep you aligned. Use this quick checklist during the day. Am I aware of what I am feeling right now? Am I remembering that this experience is part of being human? Am I speaking to myself like a caring coach? If any answer is no, take 1 minute to return to the switch. Breath, body, humanity, kind words, next step. The more often you check in, the more quickly your system trusts the pattern. Over time, these questions become automatic, and your default shifts from criticism to compassion. Turning insight into a life practice. What you have built is more than a technique. It is a way of relating to pain and possibility. You meet difficulty with a steady gaze, you honor your shared humanity, and you answer with encouragement that moves you forward. That is the foundation of inner peace. It does not eliminate all store MS, it gives you shelter and direction while they pass. It lets you keep your promises to yourself without fear running the show. It helps you love your people better. It makes your work steadier and your creativity more playful. This is the gift you give yourself, and it will ripple out into every room you enter. You have this. Begin now with confidence and care. Right now, choose one small move. Close your eyes and breathe for 5 slow cycles. Name the feeling present. Whisper a humanity phrase that fits. Offer yourself one kind directive toward the next step. Then take that step. If you are at work, send the email you have delayed. If you are at home, apologize for the Sharpie tone and ask for a reset. If you are caring for your body, drink water or step outside. The accession can be tiny. What matters is the quality of the relationship you are building with yourself. That bond will carry you through more than you can predict. Daily Self-Compassion Habit Checklist. 0 bonus material. Title and overview. Daily Self-Compassion Habit Checklist. A printable, one-page routine that guides quick self-compassion practices in under 5 minutes. It uses the self-compassion switch, if-then prompts, and an evening reflection to build mindful self-awareness, emotional resilience, and inner peace techniques as a reliable antidote to self-criticism. 1. Purpose and benefits. This checklist turns Kristin Neff principles into daily habits. You will notice the inner critic faster, feel less isolated through common humanity, and respond with self-kindness. Consistent practice lowers stress, improves mood, and strengthens emotional resilience. The short T prompts fit busy days while creating a cumulative shift toward inner peace. 2. How to use. Print 1 copy per week or save it on your phone. Use the morning switch first thing, a midday reset when needed, and the evening reflection before bed. Check items as you complete them. If time is tight, do the core 3 steps, mindfulness, humanity, kindness, in 2 minutes. Repeat if-then prompts whenever you feel the inner critic. 3 main content, checklist, and template. Morning self-compassion switch. 2 to 3 minutes mindfulness, name the feeling. Where do I feel it in my body? Breathe slowly for 3 counts. Common humanity, say. Struggle is part of being human. Others feel this too. Self-kindness, say, I will be gentle with myself now. I can learn and move forward. If-then prompts. If I notice tightness, then I pause, place a hand on my chest, and breathe 3 times. If I hear harsh self-talk, then I say, this is the inner critic, not the full truth. If I make a mistake, then I say, mistakes happen to everyone, I will take 1 constructive step. If I feel overwhelmed, then I ask, what is the kind next micro accession? Midday reset, 1 minute mindful self-awareness, scan head to toe, release shoulders, soften jaw, exhale slowly. Humanity reminder, no one does this. Perfectly. Kind phrase, I am doing the best I can with what I have. Evening reflection worksheet, 2 minutes. What did my inner critic say today? How I used mindfulness, humanity, kindness. 1 lesson and 1 suppurative accession for tomorrow. Template, self-compassion moment. Log trigger, feeling, body sensation, kind. Phrase used, helpful accession taken. 4 examples. Example 1, missed a deadline. I feel guilt in my stomach. Mindfulness, I breathe and notice the knot. Humanity, many people juggle. Priorities, I am not alone. Kindness, I am still worthy, I will email a clear recovery plan and adjust timelines. Example 2, parenting slip. I raised my voice. Mindfulness, wore mth in face, tight throat. Humanity, every parent loses patience sometimes. Kindness, I can repair. I apologize and suggest a calm reset. 5 tips for success. Pair the morning switch with coffee or toothbrushing. Keep kind phrases short. Repeat 3 times softly. Track 1 small win per day. Use the same hand on here gesture for a fast body cue. Share a humanity line with a trusted person when stuck. 6 common mistakes. Waiting for long open time, instead use minutes. Arguing with the inner critic, label and pivot. Skipping the body check, sensation naming anchors mindfulness. Using vague kindness, speak specific superlative phrases. 7 next steps. Use this checklist to deepen chapter 5, the self-compassion switch. Practice the guided script daily for 5 minutes, then log your moments on the template. Integrate these habits to build steady inner peace and resilience. Language swaps phrase bank template. 0 bonus material title and overview. Language swaps phrase bank template. Overview, a customizable template that replaces common self-judgments with superlative, compassionate language across work, relationships, and health. It guides you to set voice values, identify triggers, and craft phrases that embody mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness. 1 purpose and benefits. This template is an antidote to self-criticism. It turns mindful self-awareness into practical self-compassion practices. Based on Kristin Neff principles, it builds emotional resilience and inner peace techniques by swapping harsh lines for steady, kind guidance. 2 How to use. Step 1, complete voice settings to define values and tone. Step 2, list triggers for work, relationships, and health. Step 3, map critic lines to compassionate swaps using the phrase bank. Step 4, rehearse the swaps aloud daily. Step 5, apply 1 swap during a live challenge, then log the result. 3 main content. Inner coach voice settings. Values that guide my voice, examples: purpose, honesty, courage, patience. Add your top 3. Prefer red tone, check all that fit, calm, warm, direct T, gentle, encouraging, playful. Super T style, short T prompts, full sentences, questions. Affirmations. Triggers inventory. Work triggers, for example deadlines, feedback, mistakes. Relationship triggers, for example conflict T, silence, rejection fears. Health triggers, for example missed workouts, fatigue, diet slips. Phrase bank template work. Critic says, you are falling behind again. Inner coach says, pause and name what matters now. 1 task at a time. You can begin with the smallest step. Critic says, you messed up the presentation. Inner coach says, mistakes happen to everyone. Extract the lesson. Try 1 improvement next time. Relationships. Critic says, you always say the wrong thing. Inner coach says, it is human to misread cues. Repair with care. Ask what the other person needs now. Critic says, you are not lovable. Inner coach says, painful thought noted. You belong in the human family. Offer yourself warmth and reach out to a trusted person. Health. Critic says, you have no discipline. Inner coach says, Notice fatigue and stress. Choose one doable session. 5 minutes still count. Critic says, you ruined your progress. Inner coach says, progress is a path, not a straight line. Begin again today. Quick switch checklist. Pause for one breath. Name the trigger and feeling. Say the inner coach swap. Take a tiny session within 2 minutes. Log what you learned. For examples work case, a designer hears, you are behind, and swaps to, 1 task at a time, then schedules a 25-minute focus sprint and sends a status update. Relationship case, after a tense dinner, the thought, you are not lovable, is swapped for, you belong, and a short apology text opens a calmer conversation. Health case, after missing a workout, the swap, begin again today, leads to a 10-minute walk. 5 tips for success. Speak out loud. Pair phrases with a physical cue, hand on. Here keep phrases short. Personalize with your values. Practice when calm and when stressed. 6 common mistakes. Collecting phrases without rehearsal. Using a harsh tone. Overloading with too many swaps. Ignoring common humanity. Skipping the tiny session step. 7 next steps. Integrate these swaps with the chapter. Practice. Use mindfulness to notice critic lines, offer shared humanity, and respond with self-kindness. Revisit and refine weekly. 5-minute inner peace practice guide. 5-minute inner peace practice guide, overview. A concise daily practice that blends mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness. Use posture, paced breathing, gentle touch, and cue phrases aligned with Kristin Neff principles. This guide delivers inner peace techniques as an antidote to self-criticism and builds emotional resilience through mindful self-awareness. 1 purpose and benefits. This practice helps you notice pain without spiraling. Remember that struggle is shared, and respond with warmth. Benefits include calmer nervous system, kinder inner dialogue, faster recovery from setbacks, and more steady focus. Regular use strengthens self-compassion practices that quiet the inner critic. 2 How to use. Do this for 5 minutes, once or twice daily. Sit or stand comfortably, phone on silent. Choose a gentle touch anchor, such as hand on ear or a palm on the cheek. Read the steps once, then close your eyes. If thoughts wander, return to breath and cue phrases. 3 main content. 5-minute practice steps. Minute 1, setup and posture. Sit upright, shoulders soft, feet grounded. Place a gentle touch. Inhale through the nose for 4 counts, exhale for 6 counts. Minute 2, mindfulness. Name what is present, such as tight chest, knot in stomach, or rush of thoughts. Say, this is a moment of difficulty. I notice it. Keep breath smooth and even. Minute 3, common humanity. Say, struggle is part of being human. Many people feel this too. I am not alone. Picture a friend or a crowd of people breathing with you. Minute 4, self-kindness. Place extra warmth in the touch. Say, may I be kind to myself. May I give myself what I need. Offer superlative language, such as you are learning, you can try again, you are worthy of care. Minute 5, integration. Breathe in, notice sensation. Breathe out, soften effort. Whisper a closing phrase, I can carry this with care. Open your eyes when ready. Quick checklist. Quiet location selected. Comfortable posture set. Touch anchor placed. Breath pacing set. Cue phrases ready. Cue phrase template. Mindfulness, this is hard right now. I see it. Common humanity, others feel this too. I am connected. Self-kindness, may I be gentle. May I help myself. Reflection worksheet. Trigger or situation, __. Body sensations noticed, __. Emotion words named, __. Cue phrase used, __. One kind of action I will take today, __. Outcome or shift, __. For examples, case 1, deadline stress. A manager notices racing thoughts. Minute 2, names tight jaw. Minute 3, offer MS that many managers face. Pressure. Minute 4, offers, I can take one step now. Outcome, calmer. Planning and timely email. Case 2, social comparison. A student feels behind. Minute 2, notes sinking. Feeling. Minute 3, says, every learner stumbles. Minute 4, adds, I am growing at my pace. Outcome, renewed focus on study plan. 5 tips for success. Keep phrases short and sincere. Pair touch with breath for faster calming. Use the same phrases for 1 week to build habit. 6 common mistakes. Skipping the common humanity step, which leaves isolation intact. Forcing positivity, which can feel fake. Aim for honest kindness. Overthinking the breath count. Gentle is enough. 7 next steps. Use this guide before the 5-minute NAR rated practice in Chapter 5. Rotate phrases weekly, and record worksheet notes. Return to mindfulness, humanity, and kindness during the guided script to deepen. Inner peace techniques. Inner Critic Trigger Mapping Worksheet. 0 Title and Overview. Inner Critic Trigger Mapping Worksheet. A practical tool to map your top triggers, the critic's tone, and the real costs. Use it to create if-then plans, choose language swaps, and select fast resets. It aligns with the self-compassion switch, so you can apply mindfulness, common humanity, and self-kindness in the moment. 1 Purpose and benefits. Build mindful self-awareness so triggers are seen early, which is the antidote to self-criticism. Apply Kristin Neff principles in daily life, increasing emotional resilience and inner peace. Replace harshness with inner peace techniques you can practice under pressure. 2 How to use. Keep one sheet handy each day, paper or digital. When a trigger happens, pause for 1 minute and capture the basics. After work or before bed, complete the if-then plan and language swap. Revisit weekly to spot patterns and pick the top 3 triggers to train. 3 Main content. A 1-minute trigger checklist. Where did it happen? Home, work, online, other. Who was involved? Self, boss, partner, friend, stranger. What happened in 1 sentence? Body sensations, tight chest, heat in face, shallow breath, other. Critic tone, perfectionist, alarmist, comparer, bully, doubter. Intensity 0 to 10. Cost in the next hour, focus, mood, choices. B Trigger map template. Trigger title. Situation details, date, time, place. My automatic thought. What my inner critic said, exact quote. Feelings, name, and rate 0 to 10. Body cues. Immediate cost and longer-term cost. Evidence for and against the critic's story. Values I want to protect here. See if-then plan framework. If, specific cue. Then, 1 self-compassion practice I will do, name and timing. Backup option if I forget. Tiny reward after I follow through. D language swap bank. Critic, I blew it. I always fail. Kindness, I struggled today. Struggle is human. I can learn one small thing. Critic, people will think I am incompetent. Kindness, others make mistakes too. I can ask for clarity and take the next step. Critic, I should be over this by now. Kindness, healing is not linear. I can be patient and supportive with myself. On the spot reset menu. 3 breaths, count in for 4, out for 6, drop shoulders. Hand on here T, say, this is hard, I am here for me. Name and normalize, this is the critic. Many people feel this. One kind a session, water break, brief walk, supportive text to self. Micro reframe, what is one next right step for 10 minutes? For examples case, missed a minor deadline. Critic, you are unreliable. Feelings, shame 7, anxiety 6. Cost, avoidance, and late email. If then, if I notice heat in my face and tight stomach, then I will take 3 breaths. Place a hand on here T, and send a short T honest update. Language swap, I care about this. One clear step now helps me and the team. 5 tips for success. Write short T phrases, not essays. Speak your kindness phrases out loud. Tie plans to cues you already notice. Practice during calm moments to wire the habit. Review weekly and retire one solved trigger. 6 common mistakes. Waiting for a perfect time. Arguing with the critic for long, map it instead. Skipping common humanity and staying isolated. Setting giant plans rather than tiny, repeatable sessions. 7 next steps. Pair this worksheet with chapter 5 practices. Use it before the 5-minute guided practice, then run the script and log your experience. Repeat daily for 2 weeks and track your top 3 triggers to build steady progress.